Integrated call and response screaming into our friendship circle. Can I say that?
It's my favorite thing.
I'm trying so hard to plug my headphones in, and I'm just
oh no!
struggling.
We gotta get you some wireless ones.
Everyone, okay, quick. Talk all the shit about Brian we've been meaning to.
So they can be wireless, but my computer doesn't like that.
Oh.
Okay,
we gotta fix that for you, bestie.
It's fine.
Didn't you just get a Logitech spawn, Jude? What are we doing?
Did. Not a spawn. I'm partnered. I'm affiliated with them.
Partner,
but...
sorry. I did not mean to do that influencer faux pas. I'm going to the grave now. Goodbye.
It's okay.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
Hi everyone. Welcome back to episode 15 of Death2Divinity, also known as the one where someone dies.
Wow.
Rip.
Dun, dun, dun.
Guaranteed one death tonight.
Oh my God.
Also, I know that my players are about to tell you to fill the chaos bar because it's how they make money. Please don't.
Oh. So wait, can they fill the chaos bar and you still get the money, but there's no chaos?
I just have such an elegantly structured, because usually like chaos bar punishes you all, but chaos bar would punish me tonight, and I just think that I'm too hot for that to happen. Is basically what I'm trying to say.
That's an interesting take.
Yeah.
I still want money,
you also
though.
get paid from the chaos bar.
Yeah. But this is the most intricate session of D&D I've ever kind of crafted. So
could we make a deal that you can do the chaos next time?
No. If they hit it, I will respect it. But what I'm saying is I will suffer instead tonight.
Okay.
That's what I'm
Yeah, I mean, we're Katie May in real life.
Suffers.
We're an equal opportunity show, so I feel like that's fair.
Yeah.
Anyway, hi, hello, welcome to
Death2Divinity.
Do you want to do the intro? Do you want me to do the intro?
No, I want you to live your happiest life, and that includes you doing the intro right now while I panic over here.
Please don't panic. Hello, sweet angels. Welcome to Death2Divinity, the first off-adult queer D&D 5e actual play show and podcast. Welcome to episode 15, which is probably the most perilous episode of Death2Divinity we've had yet. Can't wait for one of us to probably die. Real quick up top, we are partnered with Die Hard Dice. There will be a Die Hard Dice giveaway at break. Also, right now, Die Hard Dice is doing their holiday sale, which means the Death2Divinity code actually gets you 15% off rather than 10% off on anything on their site, and that also helps us. So if you're gonna pick up some dice this holiday season, use our code. It costs you nothing to use our code on Die Hard Dice. Secondly, ways to support our show as we move into the final quarter of the season are our Team That Going Live tweet, hosting us if we're live, rating us, supporting us on Patreon, following our YouTube channel.
Polls in chat.
Oh no, what was the rude? Oh no, which mod? Oh no.
Prepare for clenching, Katie May.
Oh no. Anyway,
the
so
ratio on this is homophobic.
Oh my God.
It really is. Holy
it's a prediction. Oh my God. Okay, speaking of the Chaos Bar though, if you're new here, the Chaos Bar is currently in Katie May's camera. I'm gonna make Katie May a little bigger so that y'all can see it. But it's in Katie May's camera. It is a Chaos Bar powered by PallyGG, which if you don't know what PallyGG is, it's a website where you can go ahead and tip your fellow streamers, tip your fellow mods, etc., etc. We love Pally in this house. It is very innovative and we love them. So you can do exclamation point D2D tips at whatever point during the show. If we hit 250, that unlocks a chaos event. Chat has unlocked in one session up to 5 chaos events before. I think that is the maximum amount of chaos that we've unlocked in a single session.
We had a bow go happening. So they unlocked 4 and there was a 1 free.
Yeah, there was a 1 free.
It was 5 total.
We had a sale on.
Yeah, there was a sale on Chaos that
Chaos.
week.
Oh my god. Also, Pally GG and the Chaos Bar is how we currently pay all of our staff, all of our cast, and our GM. So we are an independent show. We are working really hard to be able to hopefully have a sponsored season 2. But yeah, that's that. I think that's all. Oh, also, we're very close to 2K on Twitter, and I'd love to hit it before the end of the season. Also, if we hit 2K on Twitter, we'll be giving away 2 copies of Fat and Queer, which Sam has an essay in, and Sam will also sign. So go follow us on Twitter. That's it. Now I am done.
If we hit 2K by the end of the year, I will bring back another hot NPC X of one of the players.
Oh, who?
Okay.
Huh?
I don't know yet.
Oh.
You also get a Brian and Ystira playlist at 2K.
That's
in case you
true.
weren't suffering enough.
All right.
Who has an X? Anyway, I'm done. Okay, go ahead. While I
has it?
ponder this.
You, Ezreal, look out.
No, her ex is Gideon. She's already in the party.
I'm already the hot X.
Right?
I'm in 3rd grade. This is my plot twist.
Oh my god. It's just
God.
Corbin. It's just Corbin. Corbin joins the
Corbin,
party.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I wish.
I wish. God.
Right? Wouldn't Corbin have been very helpful? Anyways.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for the chaos tips, chat. We see you. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Chad.
Can you please stop death staring at them? I'd like to pay my bills. Oh my god.
Okay. Well, before we hop in, I would like to take a moment to review our dashboard. So I'm here to ask if anything needs updated. I've not touched it, so if you would like us to, now is the time. I guess the first question I have to ask you is, do you feel your rivals or your allies have changed?
No, they're
I
still
feel like
not
we
a
could
roller
move-
skate though.
Luso from on the ship to maybe an ally?
Ooh.
How do we
we
feel about that?
Yeah.
Too
Yeah.
early to move Ystira to allies.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is it Brian? Is that presumptuous?
I don't know, Brian. Is it?
I'm asking Ystira, is it presumptuous? I think Brian.
We'll find out after this episode.
I think Brian would
we'll
think
find
that
out.
they're moving into a more amicable space. Although Brian
Yeah, I
also
get
did
it.
straight up.
Brian's at the U-Haul counter saying, "Your biggest truck, please." I'm gonna lose it this session. This is the one. I can feel it.
Preferably
All
a
right.
U-Haul that can fly and also travel over water, just in case.
That's just
That's just our
current, the shark
fucking
at this
ship.
point.
That's just
So,
our ship.
also that.
The ship is a giant U-Haul. I had no idea.
Yes. We're all in a giant
that's the metaphor.
polycule. What do you mean?
Oh my goodness. Well, I am vibing already. All right. So, do we want to keep some Pura in allies?
Absolutely fucking not.
Absolutely not.
So, would you say you would like to move her to rivals?
Yes.
I mean,
Or would you like me to just abscond her from the board?
we could already put her down in list of fallen.
Well, let's not. Take. So, all right. Yeah, so cool. So I will keep Key, Nakia, and Oslo in rivals. I will leave Hylocus in allies. Would you like me to move the Derby girls into allies?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get them in there. Make it look populated.
I was
'Cause
thinking
there's
that, but I
one
wasn't sure if there were
person
too
in there.
many derby girls, so I was like, I mean, not just.
There's 6 of them, not
That's not that
counting
much. Okay.
Evie. So, just yeah, they're a mighty 6. That's how I remember. Yeah, there they all are. They're so good. All right, so I'm adding Faldra, Song, Trinity, Lovos, Zeslia, and Messagen to Jenny, if you will. The one with fun chocolate. They are all on your allies board now. Congratulations, besties. Move Hylocus out of the way. There we go. Cool. I'm gonna leave in party nearby and on ship, just kind of the same right now. Objectives. Let's look Collect the map to Doxon's temple. Not done that. Retrieve prophecy. No. Obtain brittle rose. No. Establish connections in Terrapine. Do we want to check this off yet? Do we feel like we've done this?
I feel like we
Yeah.
have.
I feel like we have.
Hell yeah. So I'll check that off. Attempt to exonerate Brian's dad is not done. Maintaining Misha's secret identity is actually, oh no. I actually just need to put like a red X over that. 'Cause that was
Yeah.
actually a failed mission.
Well,
Like a sad little. I know you fell for my trap, Molly. I still feel very bad about it.
it's okay. It was a fun time being bug.
Being well, you weren't bug, you were fell.
You were felt. You were a beanie baby.
Felt bug.
So yeah, we've failed to maintain Misha's secret identity. Lusso and any bar goers saw that. Prepare for Gemma's heist is in limbo, and we've succeeded in getting Brian's colossal wound healed. No one extra has died. Quests, you've been instructed by Kurthus's royal family to obtain a prophecy. Yep. Current, you still, the order on Brian's life was canceled, but you don't know who ordered it still. Brittle Rose quest active. The Grove in Terrapine is still dying. You found Gideon's sister Nakia, but she has no fondness for you still, and no motivation to help you in your quest. And you've agreed to help Gemma break into Fidelity Bank to steal an arcanic deck, but this might be changing this session, so we can change it as we see fit. It's still the same day. It's still the 7th of Archon, which is month 2 of year 4405. Do we have any questions about things that are on the dashboard before I hit you all with the very necessary recap portion of the intro?
Where is my wife? She's not anywhere. She's not even nearby.
You don't have a wife.
Oh my God.
Ex-wife, ex whatever.
You
She's
were
not on the
never
dashboard.
married.
Woof.
Should be on the dashboard.
Uncomfortable.
We're not even
Who won
role
last
playing
week?
yet. It's just
Who won last week?
Molly, right? Yeah, Molly.
yes.
All right, Molly, who's going first then?
Wifeless Sam.
Ugh!
Well, maybe soon to be.
I want to make a divorcee joke so fucking bad, but I won't. Okay.
Wait. Oh
I'm sorry.
R.I.P. besties. Okay. Anyway, everything's fine. We're great.
Sorry, are you ready?
I'm so sorry. I killed Katie May. Oh no.
Oh my God.
I'm on my way
I'm
out.
gonna work on.
Oh fuck. Okay.
I'm sorry. I meant the character. Are you
Oh, we're
ready?
good. We're good. Everything's fine. Okay, let's go.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
Brian chose to be the drama again. Almost got into it with Morrow, and then also at one point asked Yasira to just fucking come with them because chaos. Let's see. Current went into the sewer for the first time. That was a good time. Don't have a single brain cell. I have no idea what else happened last episode.
Okay.
That's all I've got.
Who's going next? Hard to
Current.
beat, but let's see who goes next. Lyrica, take it away when you're ready.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go!
So we find out that Mario's potentially Asimar wings thing going on. Gideon got turned into a cute little felt centipede. Oh shit, everybody saw that Misha is Misha. We became sewer babies, and then we fought in a room. And yeah.
All right, who's going next?
Lyrica, you're muted in the Google Meet, baby.
And then
And Google Mute? Okay.
Yeah, you're muted.
I also need to hear the choice.
Who's gonna go next? Kita.
Hell yeah, Kita, when you're ready.
Alright.
All right. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go!
Adri's passed out. Gurren goes to find Imperial and finds the key instead. Brian and Morrow fight. Brian and Winona fight. Ystera recruits Winona, Current, and Brian to go to the sewers. Gideon and Misha have an accidental date where Gideon is turned into a felt bug. Adri is trying to all the time. I had more, but alas.
I love the accidental date.
It's a
Who's
vibe.
going, Kita?
Adria.
Y'all
All
left
right,
Molly
dude,
for
you're on the
last.
clock when you're ready.
All right. I'm not ready, but that's okay. All right, let's go.
Do you want me to go first?
No, it's fine. No, let's go.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Adriel's passed out. Brian almost gets her ass kicked. Adriel is assigned to babysitting Morrow. Brian, Current, Winona all go to the sewers. Brian says that friendships are overrated. Not Molly. Fuck. Gideon turns into a felt bag.
Ah!
Oh, Icarus melting. Who goes next?
It's just Molly. I'll be time ready. Hold on.
All right.
Okay.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Winona puts Brian in timeout. Morrow asks some more question mark. Babes enter the sewer to stop a murder. Blanket Fort ruined. It's bug time. My meat suit's been stolen. Stop the murder. Brian, Sad, and Gay asks you here to join us. Pack magic. I get my meat suit back, but we lose the kidnapper.
That's it. Mods, if we can have
Wonderful
a poll,
job, everyone.
I would appreciate it.
Mods, I think it's time for us to decide who gets inspiration. Remember, this is a big one. That inspiration could decide who lives and who dies. Well, on that bright note, I do agree. Molly's makeup looks very good tonight. Anyways, we continue. Now, tonight, I remember that I do have to talk about this. So while chat votes, I'm going to go over a bit about, if you saw my tweet, you know this already. We are actually going to be using some elements of the game Blades in the Dark tonight. It is a great TTRPG. If you are a DM who prefers to like have your players start in action and figure it out later, that's the perfect game for you. Highly suggest checking it out. Also like Victorian ghosts, sadness, if that sounds like up your alley, go, run, free. We're going to be using a bit of that tonight, namely some of the action roll, just like levels. We're just going to delineate for that during our heist, which will make sense if you have played Blades in the Dark. We're also going to be using the clocks and sort of the like effect levels, because we'll be using clocks. That will all make sense to you all later as we get to each of those things. Sorry that it doesn't make sense to you now. But just a heads up, I will explain them as we get to them. We will ask questions as we get to them because my players also don't know. I also figured it would be a very good time for just people to get, I know we've introduced a lot of people to Thirsty Sword Lesbians. This is another chance to get just sort of a little bit of a glimpse of another pretty cool game. So with that, only a few more seconds to get your vote in the poll in. But before we go, questions, concerns, compliments.
Love you, say it back.
I love you.
I love you. Don't forget it. Might be easy to tonight.
Oh my god.
I hate that.
I love you too.
Okay.
Gideon,
Okay.
you've taken the W again.
Thank
Long
you.
may you felt. Love to see it. Oh, I love this moment. Okay.
Should we do another little call and response scream just to let it out before we?
Just let it all out.
Yeah.
Headphone users beware. All right.
I'm gonna get quiet.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thanks, bestie.
Well, everyone, chat included. Buckle your little seatbelts.
We've been starting to introduce ourselves at the end in order to just let us get into the action. Someone asked why didn't we introduce ourselves?
Yeah, it's like it's 15. It's 15. So we're gonna introduce ourselves at the end. I get so excited every time I let people. Since I already know who you are, actually coincidentally, I just give them the whole time you're introducing yourselves. I'm like, yes, but what about the dice? So we're just gonna save it for the end. We're gonna get right into the sauce. I'm so excited about it. I love you. I've said it back. We ready to leave this world and enter another one once more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
German world. Are you ready?
Tonight we will assassinate
Yes,
the
I am Cynthia. I am the big muscle snake lady. That got Russian. I don't going to jail.
Sorry. I took German in high school.
I'm
Anyways,
leaving. I'm
let's
done.
go.
Okay, so we're gonna do the show now, maybe. All right, so We are gonna take some time skips this evening, which is not something we've done much before, but I know you can handle it. So we're gonna hop through a little bit faster, a little bit quicker, because we gotta get to the action. But before we start fast forwarding in time, there is actually a place I, Katie May, would like to pick right back up on. And if I had a single brain cell, I would have made a map for it, but I don't, so I didn't. And but the place where I want to pick up is actually the top of the stairs. Actually, I think I did make a map. I'm a genius and hot also. So basically, where I'd like to pick back up is sort of what happens after, like, Current and Winona drag both Nakia and Oslo, murderous girlfriends-in-law, murderous girlfriends at law. They're very accomplished. I want to go back to that moment where last we left them. Ystira had basically like pleaded for some space. Brian said no, and you all instead decided to like hear that and say yes. And so what you did is you took Oslo's passed out body, because you found out that she's maybe doing magic she should not be doing, and you took a sort of like still like angry cat mode Nakia up the stairs through this vague office that apparently Nakia knew about, and back up into what you can kind of surmise is just this random basement in Terrapine, which is so hilarious. It almost feels to me like you've just like agreed to go with a friend to a party, and you just keep getting taken to like second locations you just know less and less about each time you go. You're like, please, I just want to go back. I want to go home. Please just call an Uber. My phone's dead. I want out. I think that's a bit of the energy, not to editorialize, as you all sort of make your way up to this basement. Let me just check in. You two are like still full health from today, right?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Oh no, yeah.
No.
You got healed up
I'm
by
not.
Ystira, but you're like down.
Yeah.
You're down spell slots, I believe, right?
Let's see. Simpira did. I mean, Ystira did heal me. That's right. And so I'm back up to 91. And I don't remember how many spell slots I'm down. Shoot.
It's fine. I just wanted to know, just sort of condition-wise, where you are at. So, I mean, like, Winona, you're still full health, but I want to stop and ask Winona this. So you're, like, at full health. So you've not taken, like, physical damage today, but how is Winona sort of doing, like, mentally and also physically, just, like, in the space as you're sort of like how are you carrying Oslo? Is it like a fireman, like over the back? Is it like a bridal style? How are you carrying Oslo up the stairs?
It's kind of weird. I've kind of got like her in a headlock.
Okay.
And I've got like the way I kind of envision it is that like I have her in like her head is like against my chest as I'm like kind of pulling her by the neck, because I'm just kind of like irritated with her. It's a lot, and I know she's strong, but I've got to keep her
fully unconscious. So yeah, you can kind of drag her body. Oh, who are you carrying? Wait, this is a question. I assumed you were carrying Oslo. Who's carrying Oslo? Between Curran and Winona.
Well, I had Nakia in the headlock.
Oh yeah, so
I'm carrying Oslo. Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, you're a fighter, so you still got that like natural strength to you to carry up the stairs. So how are you carrying Oslo? I've asked the wrong person. That's my bad.
I think that since Oslo is completely unconscious, I'm probably just like carrying them like in both my arms, just kind of holding them up the stairs.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, bridal style. Love it. All right. So, all right. And then to come back to Winona, How are you doing? That's just a general question. How is Winona doing? I just want to hear a bit about like where she's at coming into this night. You've dealt with like a fight with like Brine. That party was weird, but you had like a big success during it. You saw Key, right? There's so much happening. Like where is she at?
I think Winona's feeling kind of muddy.
Hmm.
Like after the fight with Brian, like I think seeing just how deep everything is starting to get to her. Like I
Mhm.
know that like, coming down, like she knows that coming down here wasn't easy. It wasn't like an easy decision. It wasn't going to be just like, oh, we're just going to go fight some things and then like come back, but like at the same time like the emotional toll it's taking on people, like she didn't expect in this way,
Right.
like the emotional toll of like leaving your home and like not knowing if you're coming back alive, and like all of that obviously is like really heavy, but she
Right.
also didn't anticipate like everything that Brian's going through and adding that extra layer of emotion into things. Um, Kind of witnessing like Ystera kind of just like literally bleeding herself out to like save people, and like how much like that, like she doesn't fully understand all of it, but she knows that that requires a lot. And also just like how much pain everybody is going through is kind of a lot for her to witness as well. So she's trying to do her best to be like, I'm going to toughen up because we have a job to do and this is why we're down here. But it's also really hard when you're fighting with the person that you came down here for in the first place. Because, like, though they're going through a lot and you can't help them because you don't know, also they're acting kind of irrationally. So it's like a lot.
Absolutely. So but you've got kind of like a steely exterior then, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to seem resolved.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. And how's that compare with like how Current's currently doing? Someone who, in contrast, has like taken a few L's today. Well,
Uh,
it depends on how you look at them. You all lived.
yeah, true. Yeah, we did. And I think like a whole lot, there's just more, it was more questions, I think, is what came out of it. And so Current's head is kind of like spinning. It's trying to go in all these different directions at once because now you have like this very emotional drive to deal with Simpira. But now we have this event of oh my gosh, names. Nakia now knowing that Current has um an arcane deck card, and now seeing like the desperation from Nakia, that's also another thing that's like a whole why is this such a big deal to you, and what does this have to do as far as kind of like the overarching thing, because now we know that Simpira is also lying about not having another card. So I think it's like a lot of anger and confusion, but also wanting to put that into action.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, so these are the sort of like energies that you two are walking with, as you can kind of see up here. You're descending these dusty steps, ascending. Sorry, you actually, it was got kind of complicated for a bit. You like went up some stairs and down some stairs, and then there was like a secret passageway that was like a quarter of the way open. So you were like, here I guess, and now you are like ascending like some wooden dusty as fuck stairs. And you have basically arrived in what you can tell is some sort of like stone basement of some sort of building on top of you. It could be a tavern, it could be a funeral home, it could be your mom's house. You would not know. You have no idea where you are, and none of you are from here. So you're in this random basement. If you want to give me a perception check to sort of get a feeling for the basement itself, or an insight check to insight the either Oslo's unconscious form, kind of survey that, or Nakia and where she is at, you may feel free to do one or the other, either a perception or an insight.
Okay. I think I'll do an insight.
I'll do a perception. 17.
20.
Woo! If we're gonna roll like that all night, your job's gonna be real easy, huh? So, with a 17 perception, I think that you notice the following, Winona. The first thing that you gather is there's a lot of fucking valuables in this basement, if so you choose to pursue a life of crime. Two, there seems to be no readily available threat in this basement, which is calming because most basements in Terrapine do have threats in them. So, you know, a giant turtle, mean spiders, a lot of things could have happened. But none of them seem to be here. I think you can kind of get a feeling from looking around that this seems to be a house. You kind of get a feeling that maybe a divorce happened because there's a lot of pictures of like a man down here, and a lot of the photos of the man like have his face scratched out. And then you can also see like a few photos of like a happy family with a nice mom and two like adorable little kids. And maybe like a husband who's been like she's trying to like scrub out the paint in the painting of his form. Or you know, you see like some attempts where she like tried to paint over it and then like gave up and threw it back down in the basement. So this is the vibe of this basement that you can ascertain. As for you, Current, I think that you can get the feeling that Oslo does not have long before she kind of rallies. You can kind of like punch her in the head again and keep her down, but like what you do with that is up to you. She's going to be back soon. TM. As for Nakia, before I give you the sort of insight check on that, I want to revisit what happened. So Winona, you are kind of like going up the stairs with her. Got her in this headlock. She's begrudgingly going with you, but sort of like when you get to this basement, this sort of like open area for the first time, now that you're not being led down kind of eldritch hallways, I think at that point she's like, okay, so we can end this part now, huh? And she's kind of pushing on your arms.
And I'm just gonna be like, yeah, you totally can. I'm just gonna kind of like undo my arm, take her by the shoulders, and just shove her away from me.
Oh shit, okay. Yeah, so you shove her away. She stumbles a few steps back. I'm just gonna give her a dexterity check to see if she looks like a fool in this moment. A 10, it's not pleasant. I think she trips over one of the paintings and then like falls through another one. And now a painting is completely outside of its frame. She doesn't care. She kind of like stomps on it as she like stands back up. I think at this point, with a 20 Current, I think that you can ascertain a lot of bravado, but also a lot of like, there are several things pulling her concern at the moment. You know, you kind of like see her eyes like dart to Oslo and then like kind of give like a faraway look to the direction you came from, right? Like she's like looking up to see if she can tell where you all are. She's still very like pent and like agitated and like trying to figure out what her next move is, but she's not decided it yet. And that's sort of what you can glean. And so when Nona, you shove her into some paintings, she kind of stumbles and stands back up again, turns to the two of you and says, all right, so we're good?
I don't know. Are you good?
Define good.
Good to leave me alone now.
I mean, a lot happened down there. We don't want to, dig into that a little bit.
Yeah, we've got people that we give a shit about down there. Maybe we should just wait and see what happens. I mean, if you want to fuck off, that's fine, but
I mean, I would be happy to stay as long as I can look at some cards while I do it. And she gives you a pointed look, Current.
And I would be more than happy to assist you in figuring out what's going on with these cards. But you and I,
she makes a face like, do I need your assistance? But she doesn't like butt in.
We all both know, all of us here know that Oslo is also a problem. And I think maybe you know that too. What do we do with Oslo?
There is a long pause as Nakia's eyes kind of like drift to Oslo. With that continued 20 Current, you kind of see like a wave of like grief, and then that grief kind of like start building into like this fire, and then you watch that fire get like pushed down and snuffed out. As like this wave overtakes her, she suppresses it and then turns to you and says, "That's for Simpira to decide. The offense of using flux magic goes to the Guildmaster."
Nakia, you know that won't end well. That can't end well. Do you want that? Is that what you want?
Of course, I don't want that, but I didn't make bad decisions. She made bad decisions.
But shouldn't we at least try to figure out why? If there was a motivation behind it?
Sorry, I didn't mean it to sound like Simpira would kill her right away. Simpira would kill her after she got the information that she needed.
And what if there was a way for Simpira to not kill her? For you to have your girlfriend, for you to have your freedom.
What do you... Okay. What?
You can't honestly tell me that you believe that Simpira is being completely honest with everybody here. That Simpira cares enough to make sure that you're okay, Oslo's okay, to protect the people in her guild.
Simpira's a liar, but she lies to help our guild. You know, the guild that you're... She kind of points at your hourglass. The guild that you're a part of, that you've barely been indicted to yet, and yet have pledged yourself to for life. My loyalty, first and foremost. And she kind of like, you actually notice that this is a point where she kind of like steps, so she's no longer like she's no longer facing Oslo's body. She says, "My duty, my loyalties, first and foremost, are to Isis fidelity." It ends there.
You said that Simpira lies, but she lies to protect. Was she lying to protect you when she didn't tell you that she had one of the cards that you're looking for?
I mean, I don't know, Current, do your friends tell you that your outfits are good? Like, people lie.
Yeah, but do people lie to the people that they care about things that matter, that they know matter to you more than anything? Simpira knows. She knows how much that means to you. And she lied not to protect you, to protect herself.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check for me.
Okay. $13.
A 13. Yeah, this is kind of starting to frustrate her. You kind of see her get a little bit like, a little puffed up, I think. I don't know why I keep talking about her like she's a cat. She kind of gets a little bit on the defense, and she says, "This is not a game of idealism. This is a game of life and death and power and legacy, and the wilds are literally right outside. I'm sure if she lied to me, it was for good reason, and I can go ask her and she'll tell me."
Do you believe that? Because she hasn't told you yet. In fact, you had to find out from us, from people that you don't know. And a person that you barely even know was the one to show you that they had another card. I'm not here to hurt you.
I mean,
Nakia.
just, but you were coming in here and pointing fingers like, I don't know, you didn't A, join the guild, or B, I don't know, where's this sort of bright renegade energy with the literal oppressive church you all live under? Isn't that like a whole jail your whole life?
Yeah, and it's one
Okay,
that...
so maybe fucking handle that first before you step into my business, Current.
How are we going to handle that, Nakia, if we can't get past the fact that we have a guild master that thinks it's okay to lie and tell you that she's giving us freedom and power in exchange for her having the sole power, getting to run your entire life? She tells you that you're free. She can end that in an instant, and you know it. She doesn't care. She cares about keeping power. She cares about winning. You're right. It's a game.
No, she cares
it's her
about
game.
Me. I'm her heir, first and foremost. And second, If not her, who? Current, I'm trying to explain this to you. Terrapine is a place of power. She is the one in power, so she gets to dictate how it goes. If she was not there, it would be someone else. It would be Chintrix, for fucking sake, because he's absorbing half of Terrapine. And no, I don't want to go work for some fucking capitalist who I hear does weird shit in his basement. I'm pretty good where I am.
Didn't you just call yourself her heir? It doesn't have to be Simpira. Why can't it be you? If you know she lies, if you know she plays games, and if that's not something that you see fit to do with the people that you claim to love, the people that you claim to protect as a guild master, then why not you? She doesn't
I don't
have to be
what
in
it
power.
takes to keep Isis Fidelity safe. Current, she has to be terrifying to keep people safe. I am 21. I don't have an Terran Arcanic deck. If I do, that changed the game. But I don't.
So let us help you. She's not out to make sure that you have all of the cards. If she wanted you to have the deck, she would have told you that she had a card. She would have let you have it. She doesn't want you to have that deck. She wants to keep you busy. Because if you're busy, then you don't see. And if you don't see, then she gets to continue to play her game.
I'm going to let you roll another persuasion check, and I'm going to say at this point, Winona, if you would like to chime in with something to give Current advantage, I would let you.
$18.
But you're supposed to let Winona say a thing first.
Oh,
I want to see. I want to hear Winona's thing.
I'm trying to figure out what I want to say because it's really intense.
I'm gonna make Lyrica reroll. This roll.
I mean, listen, you're the heir, fam. So, I mean, this feels really above my above my. Y'all are guilt.
I'm just here to be hot.
No, listen. You could do this differently. You don't have to be. You don't have to be a bitch all the time. You especially don't have to do that to be a leader. I mean, look at like other. I feel like there are other guild masters.
Wait, aren't you all following Brine?
Not all of us are following Brian, and honestly, maybe questionable. But that's not the point right now.
I mean, none of the rest of you knew Ystira, and you went to her fucking bachelorette party. So yeah, I guess if I was gonna say following Brine into lukewarm decision making,
I'm gonna say
yeah.
that I was actually invited.
By
So
who?
Don't worry about it. This isn't about me. It's about you.
Yet,
I'm trying to
all
help
you
you,
Crocus
fam.
kids
Don't worry
really
about
wanna
my
make it
business.
about you, huh?
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 Current, that's yours. I can't. Saving my energy.
You know, I don't blame you. This one's a tough cookie to crack here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I understand. Look, I understand that you see us and you look at us and what you've seen so far, and it's easy to go, who the hell are these kids and what right do they have? I understand that. We have issues. We need to work on that. I will take full responsibility of that. However, that doesn't change the fact of what's going on with Simpira. Whether we were here or not, she's going to keep playing her game. And I know one thing for sure. Before we were here, you didn't know about the location of another card. We're here. You know about one now. You have someone here willing to help you out with that. That seems like more help than Simpira's offered.
I will take that persuasion roll with advantage now.
18.
Another 18. Fate really said, no, it's that. Oh, wow. Interesting. Yeah, no, she's a drama queen. So this is what happens. She's looking at the two of you, and you can kind of tell that like her like getting flustered is kind of like approaching a zenith. She's just kind of like looking between the both of you, like there's not a patty enough insult to get her message across. There's not, and I think eventually she goes, you want to know what I think? You want to know what I fucking think? I think that you two are so oblivious to the injustices that you have faced your entire lives, that you have come down here, found a tinier fraction of the oppression that you undergo in that floating town in the sky, and you jump on it because you think it'll absolve you for living in that bullshit your entire life. Treason is an act punishable by death, and I won't think of it. You can give Simpira to her and do whatever you want. I'm leaving. And with that, she kind of like pulls a card out of her pocket. She like throws it down. There's a burst of smoke, and she's gone.
Shit. Well, that went well. I guess. What about Oslo? What about Oslo?
I mean, the person that I was gonna assume was gonna take care of her is now gone. So I mean, can't we gotta wait for Brian and Ystera, and can we just do we go? We go to the kid? Do we leave her here? I'm stressed out. This is one people that I was going to be accounted
leave
for.
Her here. I also don't want to. I don't want to leave her to the mercy of Simpira. I don't want anybody left to the mercy of Simpira, even if she did try to kill us more than once with Fey magic.
So just to make sure that I'm clear, are you suggesting that we essentially are we just like taking Simpira out of power? Are we going to kill?
I don't think that there's a way. Yes, I don't think that there's a way for us to take Simpira out of power and Simpira lives. I also don't think there's a way for Nakia or anybody else to have any sort of semblance of happiness or freedom while she's the guild leader. I think we should do it.
Holy shit.
There's more of us than there are of her.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's just fuck. I've never helped somebody kill somebody before.
Well, I've never killed anybody before, but it's going to be either us or her.
We cut now. My question is, what do you do with Oslo?
I don't have anything to like bind her hands or anything, I don't think. And she's still unconscious, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, don't you have her pigtails?
Yes. Are you suggesting that I tie her up with her pigtails?
That's so fucked up.
That's fair.
I was gonna see if I could mend them back onto.
Oh, that's yeah. I'm just gonna. You're very smart at decision making. I'm way too flustered to it. Yeah, I'm just gonna.
I just figured I could maybe appeal to her kinder senses, and maybe it was cruel of me to take both of her pigtails, and maybe try to give them back via mending.
I mean, she did try to kill y'all, but yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, okay, so we're saying that you mend her pigtails back to her hair.
Yeah.
which is super funny because now she has like a reverse ombre. No, it's an ombre. So like her hair starts at this really dark purple and then transfers to your like mended pink hair. So now she has like half purple, half pink hair, but is otherwise restored. Do you tie them back up into their little like pigtails? Do you like make sure it's like all good?
Yes, I want to make it look as nice as I possibly can.
Awesome. What do you do with the body?
If she's still unconscious, I think I'm gonna throw her over. Well, are we waiting for everybody? I think I'm just going to maybe sit by her, prepared to like just bear hug her if she starts acting up.
Yeah, so I say that like Winona, Current,
Mhm.
you guys wait like 15, 20 minutes. You keep thinking that like she's gonna wake up and then she doesn't. But like Brian and Ystira and Gemma like don't come this way. Maybe it's like there was like a fork in the road and they took the wrong one, right? But they just didn't make their way back to you. Ultimately, this decision's going to be on your shoulders. You can take her back to the inn. You can drop her off somewhere you deem fit. Ice's Fidelity, Hawk House, the ship. There is a holding cell on the ship if that is your choice. But you have to decide what to do with the body. And Winona, I think for no reason, especially not like the power going out in someone's room, you should make that decision.
Yeah, so I mean, I think containing her is a good idea, but I feel like it's mean to contain her in this underground basement. But like I also have a feeling that she kind of knows her way around. I also don't want to get caught in front of Ice's Fidelity dropping a body and leaving it there for us to get caught. So part of me kind of wants to leave the doors unlocked but restrain her. I'm not sure.
Okay.
What's in the room? Besides
divorced woman's baggage.
Just tons of divorced women's baggage.
So anything you think you would find in there would reasonably be there.
Shoot. Okay. I kind of want to like, I don't know if there happens to be like some sort of like ribbon or string or something.
Several. Yep.
Several.
Okay. Seems to be a weighty rope collection down here. Silk ropes, tweed ropes.
Oh my. Okay.
Ropes,
well, we're just gonna
ropes.
You know what? You know what? I don't need to go that deep into this woman's baggage. I'm just gonna see.
Pretty deep.
Yeah. You know what? We're here, and like I said, I'm not emotionally prepared for this. I feel for this woman. But I'm gonna. I feel like the heavier the rope, the better. So I'm just going to grab whatever. This is not where
the sturdiest rope, of course.
Yes, of course. And
there are handcuffs there. You could always use those.
You know, I think Winona's just gonna kind of just acknowledge it. Put it to the side.
Yeah.
Take the handcuffs. Just put them on. You know.
Yeah.
Are there multiple sets?
Yep. Yes.
Just take another 4 for the. Wow. Another set for the ankles too. Just leave, and I'm just going to just like. I don't want to apologize to you, but I'm so sorry for this, and I am going to go.
Yeah, and Current, do you agree with that decision to like restrain her and leave her here? You're muted, baby. Nope. Oh no.
Make sure your mic is selected in Ninja if your power went out.
Yeah. That's powerful. A powerful suggestion. Lyrica just left. Oh, my heart. It broke in 1,000 pieces. Okay. So, Current agrees. We'll revisit that in a moment. So, with...
Hello?
Hi, baby.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay, now you can tell me whether or not you agree to the handcuffed in this divorced woman's basement. Her problem. decision making.
Yeah, I'm hoping that having her pigtails back on her head will let her know that we didn't mean harm.
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. You leave a note to let her know that you're
Yeah,
the one
can I
who
leave
did
a
it,
note?
or-
I want to.
Yeah. What's that note say?
I'm sorry about the pigtails. We'll come back for you.
Erica, you're muted in the
Uh-huh.
Google Meet. Keep going.
Please don't be mad. I want to help.
Please don't be mad. I want to help. And then do you sign your name?
Yes.
Wow. Yes, that happens. It's on this very nice stationery. I think at that point you find out that this woman's name is Alina Niskala. It has her fancy hand, right? Her fancy header at the top, and you've kind of scratched that out and put current underneath it. So yeah. I love that. Great. So you leave a note on her and head back. I think we now cut to 4:30 in the morning. Who do we think is the last to arrive at Blanket Fort Central? Which group?
It's probably Brian,
Brian,
Ystira, and
right?
Gemma.
I feel that. I agree. All right.
Yeah.
So Brian, Ystira, and Gemma are the last to arrive. And so I'm going to go ahead and say then, just to kind of bookend it, that Gideon, Misha, and Adrielle are the first group back. So I don't want to hear what happened with just the three of them, but I do want to hear the exact moment when Current and Winona walked into the Blanket Fort room. I want to pick back up there in the Blushing Pear about 40 minutes later due to transport, as you two casually walk through the city. Right, you have to leave the guild area, right, as you head back into the not Terrapine Greater, basically. As you head back there, you head up to the Blushing Pear. I'm sure it's a nice little walk and talk, I'll tell you that much. You guys stop and get drinks or snacks or anything, or do you just make your way down there?
I think I'll probably go and grab a snack. That'll probably made us hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, and do you just grab some stuff for you, or do you pick up for the whole group?
Yeah. Can I pick up the Terrapine equivalent of a charcuterie board?
Yes, absolutely. It is completely compromised of absolutely terrifying wild foods. Right? Ooh, this drink is taken from this very specific plant in the wilds. We have to distill it for 14 months until it's not poisonous anymore. But now when you drink it and you talk, little bubbles are gonna come out your mouth. Right? Just a lot of stuff like that. So you can make it up as you go. Feel free to embellish as you see fit. That goes to all of you who imbibe in the charcuterie plate. I think I've cut back to the Blushing Pear map, correct? We have all returned.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. Hello, welcome back to the Blushing Pear. It seems to be a more quiet night. I think that things have died down quite a bit. I actually do have one question for Adrielle and Gideon. And that is, do you request that Luceau go back with you, or do you let him go back to the ship as he was fully intending to?
I kind of want him to come back with us, but if he
Yeah, me
resists,
too.
I don't think Adri's gonna push at it.
Well, you're his boss,
Yeah.
so...
Yeah, I think Adri wants to talk to him at least about the situation. And that he's free to go.
So... Yeah. I think then, let me paint a picture for my friends here. First and foremost, let me grab Luso's token. I think, so, Current, Winona. You grab these materials, this charcuterie plate. You make your way back. You head on up, and you open the door, and you see the following. You see that there are two mattresses on the floor that are pushed together, and in pushed up against the window are actually the three twin beds that were like originally in this room, and they've all been pushed together, and all of like, and it's just like a blank canvas of a bed with like a blanket on top of it, and then the pillows that were on those beds are like on the floor and on the mattresses on the floor. You see that there's like way more blankets in here than when it started. I think you see that there are some blankets being magically suspended from the ceiling, so it looks like stars are just like peeking through. Feels very reminiscent of home for both of you. I think you see a now no longer Misha looking Julian kind of sitting like a child in a corner who's done something wrong, just kind of like looking down at the ground like this. And then I think like in the middle of the bed, sitting like crisscross with his hands in his lap like this, is just like a very stale looking Musso. Just in the center of this blanket fort. And I'm going to go to Gideon because I love you, Molly. What do we think we're talking about?
Yeah, so the strategy in the blanket fort was I thought we should, have like a good energy in here because we've had a day.
Yeah,
so I don't know if
like,
yeah.
This is Misha chiming in. Says, yeah, I don't know. Gideon and I were talking, and we often feel that vertical height is often neglected in sort of blanket fort making. So we wanted to make sure that this like accounted for that, because I feel like a lot of the times it's like what distinguishes like an average looking blanket fort from like a really nice looking blanket fort. So that's why we put the blankets on the ceiling. So
yeah, and honestly, after the night we had, I feel like this is a really it's a comfort to return to after the whole kidnapping.
And after the whole kidnapping, Curran and Winona, that's what you hear as the door opens, as you two are standing there.
Who what?
I thought we just had an interesting night. I was about to bust in there and tell you, but apparently we missed something. Kidnapping?
So much happened. Can I assume that Adriel filled in Gideon on like up until okay.
That was like the talk back. Like you were both like, you wouldn't believe what just happened to me. You both back, and I think the two others were just like silently behind you two, just like walking the whole way back.
Yeah. Everything's fine now. Lusso knows about Julian.
Everyone on the ship know?
No. Just
That's the
you
depth
and
of his
us.
contribution.
Winona's just gonna walk right up to the mattresses and just
The ones on the floor, or the ones on the bed frame?
on the floor.
Great,
And
thank you.
I think she's just gonna collapse into them and just like, I'm here. I'm just listening. I just need to lay down for a second.
Is Brian okay?
Brian decided to stay back with Ystira and Gemma. It's okay, but they were trying to heal Gemma.
I think Brian's physically okay. I don't know about the rest of it. And I don't mean that in a snarky way.
I mean, I think she'll be okay. It was like it was another one of those things when Ystira was like, "Yeah, I can help everybody leave." So we left, but Brian didn't want to leave, so she didn't.
That poor woman. Her wedding. Oh. What are we doing here?
Well, I brought some snacks. Are you hungry? I mean, you were kidnapped. I'm just gonna put it down here, and I think Kern's just gonna kind of put it in the center around where everybody's at, just so anybody can go for it.
You hear Misha mumble, Gideon doesn't get in trouble when she asks questions like that. Picks up a little cheese and like puts it.
It's a first. Me not getting in trouble. Cheese bite.
And Andrew will mumble.
Misha like cheers cheese. They like cheer cheese, like yeah.
Andrew's like curled up in like a little kind of like a little cat. And like her head is like on Gideon's lap, but her hair is like spilling out on whoever's laps are nearby, and she just mumbles, "It's 'cause I'm half asleep," and it like just very tired. Like she's just in and out, like she's listening, but she's like in and out of like, you know how at sleepovers when you're like the first one who falls asleep and you like hear bits and pieces. That's exactly what's happening
So
with
cozy.
her. Yeah, that's what's happening.
Gideon's
to her.
just like brushing her head and like lowering cheese by her mouth. Like, do you want this one?
Andrew like licks it and she like shakes her head.
All right.
Winona, you see Luso see that and just go like this. And that's what you see.
Just mind your business, man.
He doesn't say a damn thing.
I mean, if you licked it, you're not gonna put it back, are you? Or,
Right? Like,
no,
we've dated.
oh,
So,
Yeah.
like, unless someone else wants to lick cheese,
no, I'm good.
I think I'm doing everyone a favor here. Okay.
Can I have a not licked piece of cheese, please?
I'm not gonna lick all the cheese. I only licked that one.
Okay,
Oh my
okay,
god.
I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay.
I'm tired. I'm sorry. Okay.
Everyone's tired. It's
Trust
okay.
me, baby. I'm not gonna eat all this. It's just like rumbling.
She's like swaddled in blankets.
Sarah was gonna lick all the cheese and then oil like one.
Sorry.
So wait, who fought? Why did Gemma get hurt?
Well, we
Lyrica, unplug your mic and plug it back in.
So,
And while you do that, I will ask the question. I'm not introducing you yet, Brian, but do Gemma and Ystira come back with you or do they ditch you?
I think they probably come back with me.
How do you make that sound?
I think she says something to the effect of like, look, I know it's a lot to think about. I know it's a lot to talk about. Gemma has her own ideas. You've got your own ideas. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Maybe we can go talk about it like somewhere else. That's not the sewers. Just an idea.
Yeah, okay, I think that'd work. We cut now back to the rest of the group.
so essentially, Gemma and they were fighting. We followed them to the sewers. Gemma was basically almost dead. Oslo, we had to knock her out. We had to restrain her. It's a whole lot of stuff. Brian and Ystira are down there trying to heal Gemma. I don't know what's going on. Everything's happening.
Okay, well, everyone's alive. So that's step one. Good. Brian almost died again, apparently. Didn't. That's important. We are now closer to getting the map than we were when we got here.
Were we not gonna help Gemma with her plan?
I mean,
Andrew like sleepily sits up now that it's business boy hours. And she has like, she's in the blanket and it's like a hood and she's like holding it to her.
I mean, Karen was talking about a whole kind of different idea.
Current? No, Lyrica's fixing her mic, so
That's a great time for me to make a Shark Tank joke. Get it? Because she's pitching something, and also the show is called Shark Tank, and she turns into a shark sometimes.
I love it.
Ha!
Yes.
I have a degree in comedy.
Yeah.
Please laugh.
I was muted, but I did laugh.
Thanks. Lyrica, how's your mic doing, baby?
No.
She's still sad.
All
I hate
right.
to see it. I'll let you keep fussing with that. I think Winona, you can recap Current's hot plan.
So they're kind of thinking maybe we should kill Simpira.
She's 800 years old. Also,
Yes.
I'm just looking at Lusso to see what his reaction to that sentence is.
You can maybe roll an insight check if you'd like.
Thank you. Womp womp. That is a 20.
That is, you are looking at him. There is a practiced nonchalance on his face of like one of the best in the business. Of course, he's not giving anything away. This is how he ends up being in the room.
But is it like excited nonchalance? No, I'm kidding. You don't have to answer that.
No, that's the thing. But it's genuinely, even with a 20, it's almost ghoulish how impossible it is to tell.
I love him. Okay.
okay, so if we kill her, then what? Isa's runs wild?
Well, Nakia is an heir. I mean, I don't really know the ins and outs. Oh. Yeah.
She's an heir. Oh, cool. Whatever.
I'm sorry, Gideon.
Oh, it's not your fault. She just would be. No, that makes total sense.
So you two are related.
Hot. Yeah. Yeah. You knew before? I didn't know.
Baseless suspicion.
Are you
So-
cool?
Yeah,
Like a-
Lusso.
Like you're cool, like I like you, but like I don't like are you like cool?
Yes.
What is your definition of cool?
What do you get from not?
Mine or Lusso?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Edgar's gonna say sleepily as she like picks off like one of the like fruits and like smells it and like takes like a tiny bite of it, and it like very faintly stains her tongue purple as she eats it.
My definition or Lusso's? Because mine is like,
knows?
oh yeah, okay.
Why are you seeking my definition of cool?
Because I think it matters in this context, if I'm being quite honest.
I think you can apply it to most contexts and I'd fit it. Cool as in calm emotions? Yes. Cool as in not your enemy? Yes.
Cool as in not a snitch.
What's your definition of a snitch, Winona?
I know that you're a part of that guild. Let's say we were planning to do something. You're not
mean,
gonna.
No reason to be vague about it now. The words
I
kill
mean,
some people have been uttered.
Yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I did say that out loud, and maybe I should have thought about it before I said it. But I just want to make sure that what's said in this room doesn't leave this room. Except
An
for
amusing
outside of us.
concept. I work for you right now. killing Simpira is an entertaining concept. I'm interested to see how you believe you'd pull it off.
We want you to help.
Yeah, Goldeneye. Are you down?
I know you don't have any alliance to us other than that this is your job.
He has an
But I'm
alliance to
wondering-
Gemma.
That is true. And Gemma does seem to agree that this would be a favorable path to take. I mean, you're working for us right now, but how would you like to maybe not work for anybody again but yourself after this? It seems like a favorable thing if Simpira is gone.
If I'm going to kill the person I feel most kept me prisoner, it'd be Queen Nakata. I was free as a member of ISIS Fidelity, and I was arrested by your state.
Well, I can't really say much to defend them. I don't really share that high of an opinion of them myself. However, Simpira also happens to be a hindrance and a danger.
She also shares her power.
What do you mean?
ISIS Fidelity's strength is built on the fact that she has the most powerful arsenal in all of Terrapine. The other guilds would like to pretend it's them, but the reality is pretty irrefutable.
And that power comes solely from her?
It's an interesting question. Do the beautiful petals of a flower come from the roots below it or the sun in the sky?
Well, if it's roots, it makes sense that even if the flower's gone, the roots can, I don't know, produce a new one.
So you would like to kill her? With no authority in the subject, and would instead seek the authority of others to achieve your job for you. This is very Carthinian.
Well, I won't deny that, but at the end of the day, we are kids from Kurthis. We're learning.
I will align myself with the power that wins this fight. You can assure me that it's you. You have my blade.
I think we can manage that. As I
I'm
said,
excited to see how you intend to.
well, we'll let our actions speak for that. So I'll just say that I'm looking forward to you joining us on this mission.
And it is at that point when the door to the blanket fort opens. And I think actually I'm gonna volley it over to Sam. Just describe to me the sort of visage. Are you like supporting Gemma as you walk? Are you all like talking in like a very are you all in like a separated silence? Like what's the vibe as the three of you walk in? You're muted.
Sorry. I think Gemma's probably leaning on my shoulder a little bit as we're walking, and I think Ysir is walking like very intentionally like a few paces away from us. Not like in front of or behind necessarily, just like a few paces away to like make it very clear like I am not doing this willingly. You know?
I love that. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so at
And
that
I think
point,
Gemma's probably like rambling a little bit in Brian's ear about like I've been saying we need to kill her for years, and why is it just now becoming like a thing because you said it? Like
yeah,
what the fuck?
absolutely. Yeah, I think that like as you were walking, she was like, distract her for a second. And then like you managed to distract Ystira for like a few seconds, and then like seconds later, Gemma had returned with like flask that she was passing between the two of you as you walked,
Oh
just
my
like
God.
keeping it out of Ystera's sight line as she walked several paces away. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I think everyone, you notice the door to the blanket fort open, and you see standing next to the railing several feet away of the door is Ystera Pressfiend in her bachelorette party outfit that has blood on it, and Gemma Vario, who looks like she just came back from death. By the way, Ystera looking very weakened at this point. She did demand that you turn around, Brian, when she healed Gemma.
Brian also looks like shit, for the record.
Brian also looks like shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
all three of these people look
They look
very
terrible.
much like shit in this moment.
Yep. And I think when the door opens, Brian kind of looks around for a second and just goes, "Is that a fucking blanket fort?"
I thought it would be nice for everyone after a fun evening out. Take
Fun.
a seat, won't you?
I think Brian kind of chuckles at the word fun and then just goes, "Okay, I won't complain." And she goes for the 3 beds that are like up
Perfect. Thank you.
and sits down, I think, with Gemma and forces Gemma to sit down with her.
Great. So Gemma, Brian, and Luceau are sitting on the tall bed. Misha's like curled up in a corner like sitting on a pillow, just kind of like blank staring at. Adriel and Gideon are on the floor mattresses. Gideon is laid with Adriel's head is in Gideon's lap. Gideon is feeding Adriel cheeses. Right in front of that, Winona's prone body. And then I think like Ystera kind of like takes this all in and then just like walks in, shuts the door behind her, and then just stands in front of the door.
Hi,
Ystera, will
Ystera.
you sit, please?
Hey.
We got snacks.
Ystera, your fiance's an ASMR.
Yeah.
They
I
didn't
know.
hulk out or destroy anything.
Thank you, Adriel. I
She's an
appreciate that.
ASMR? Wait a minute.
Yeah, she's an ASMR. She has wings. She doesn't want to talk about it, though, so don't press her on it.
Yeah, we were kind of waiting till after the wedding to break it to her, so.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm sure that won't cause any deep panic.
You left me with her
Why-
with no instructions.
Yeah, you're welcome. She looks at Gemma and says that. Why is Luceau here, and why are we all in this room?
Well, Gideon built a blanket fort, so I guess this is where we're camping out for the night.
I built a blanket fort and I got kidnapped, and then we came
You
back
got
here.
kidnapped? What do you mean you got kidnapped? What does that mean?
Oh, no
They
worries.
got kidnapped?
I
No
understand
worries.
what the word kidnapped means, Adriel. I mean, what does it mean in this context?
Sometimes a felt creature stabs you with a needle, and then you switch bodies and watch your own body run off with a bunch of really personal things from dead family members, and you're like, I hope I see it again, and then you lose consciousness. Yeah, and then you wake up in your friend's shirt pocket, and they've been kidnapped along with your other new friend Luceau. And then your Brian's ex-girlfriend's fiance and Adriel save you, and then that's just a night you have. And you almost died again, apparently. Good job. Great.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Ystera almost died healing you.
Not great.
Well, I can see you're fine.
Yeah.
Have a cheese. He like shoves the charcuterie. Why? That's me just catching you up.
Brian's
and-
gonna take out one of her daggers and like stab a piece of cheese and eat the piece of cheese off the dagger. I just keep like looking at
Has
Gideon
that
like with
been
that like
in a
what the fuck
body
look.
lately? Adri's gonna shout from her like blanket.
Don't police my
Huddle.
daggers, Adriel. Jesus.
Stop.
I'm so glad you're okay.
That sounded sarcastic.
No! I was worried.
I'm sorry. It's been a long night, clearly. I'm glad you're not felt like the fabric?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're not that anymore.
Me too.
Where is Maro? What happened to her?
She went home, I think. No, she went somewhere else. She left.
She went
She
to
went to
look
go find
for-
She went to go find Ystira. I told her not to.
At that point, Ystira goes, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Okay.
I told her not to. I told her that y'all had handled it, but she didn't
Any
listen.
idea where she might be then? Where would she assume you are?
She's one of the best. She'll be here in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Brian takes another piece of cheese.
So what now?
Well, we come up with a plan, right?
Yeah, what's the
I
plan?
don't know how much time we have.
Are you killing a guild leader or are we robbing a guild leader? Those are two very
Oh.
different options.
Are we killing Sampira? That was my thought.
It was also Kern's thought. It's not my thought, but
Brian's gonna look at Kern.
I'm
and go like,
outnumbered. I'm outnumbered.
You want to kill Sampira? I want to kill Sampira. Gemma wants to kill Sampira.
Yeah, I've been trying to do it for years.
Rousseau
Okay.
said he'd kill Sampira if we could kill Sampira.
I think we could kill Sampira.
Of course, you
Ystira?
think you can kill Sampira.
Do we know how my half sister feels about this? Because if I roll up in a town and like kill her mom, I don't really know how to salvage that relationship. Which I have to admit I do care
Where is
about, even
Nakia?
if she's
Were
an
you with
asshole.
Nakia? Where's Nakia? In Oslo? What happened?
So we had a discussion. I tried to appeal to her senses. I think it worked, but she also disappeared.
Like a magician.
Poof.
And we may or may not have wait. May or may
We
may or may
need to
not
go
have.
get Oslo at some
Yeah,
point.
she's currently handcuffed in the basement.
Handcuffed in a basement. What
But
basement?
no,
Is she still unconscious?
no.
I mean,
Maybe?
she was when we left. I mean, Current left to know
When
it.
did
It
you
was
find
At that
Look,
point,
I
Lisa
put her
says, "Do
picture-
you want me to go find her?"
What are you gonna do with her when you find her?
Stop our enemies from finding her.
Yeah, that's right. He works for us, right? Yes, we want her safe.
Do you work for us? Is that a thing?
I'm still deciding.
All right.
You said you did earlier.
I'm just being honest.
All right.
Yeah, I like his vibe. I think, yeah.
I mean,
I'm not
man,
getting paid.
You could.
So. And ooh, insight check for me, please.
Okay. I got one.
Yeah. I think you just hear Luso quietly go, "You're right. I could."
Brian is gonna add on, like, I mean, we're giving Gemma a bunch of money. We can give you a bunch of money. How much money do you want?
How much
To
do
kill a 800-year-old guildmaster?
You don't have to kill
Yeah.
her by your own hand, and nobody ever said
Oh,
that.
perfect. Then I think we found the person with the plan. Your plan?
I
Well.
think if we're infiltrating ISIS Fidelity with the intention of killing the guildmaster, it's gonna need to be quiet. We're not gonna be able to go in guns
Gemma
blazing.
frowns at that.
We might be able to get away with a distraction to aid the people who are sneaking in, but I think our best bet is to try to get the jump on her location, at
Mhm.
least.
I can go to Zubifax and go look up restraint or petrify spells. Audrey's gonna say it very sleepily and very quietly.
Adri, have you slept at all?
No.
Tomorrow.
You should,
This is tomorrow.
you should sleep.
I will when everyone shuts up. But we're discussing things. And I want to be awake for it. So anyway, I will go to Zubifax tomorrow and ask High Locus if I can go read in the library using the speed reading glasses.
What time is it again?
4:30 in the morning.
Ah,
High Locus might be willing to help us if we can convince her that it's the best thing for everybody.
I don't want to rope High Locus into a high stress situation when she's already so sick. It's a lot to be like, hey, we're gonna kill a guild master that's been alive for 800 years.
I think she's gonna
Insight
get
check
roped
for
into
Brian,
it, whether or not
please.
we get it roped in. Okay. Whether or not we rope her into it, I think she's gonna get roped in. And an insight check is a whole 8.
Okay, you miss it. After a long second, I think Gemma pipes up at that point and says, "You know what? Sounds like we all agree that we need to make a plan, but it's not made yet. Can't make a plan to kill a very powerful 800-year-old lady in one night, especially on a bad night. So you know what? We're gonna get you home." And I think that's when you notice, Brian, Gemma points and you look over, like Ystira is like half leaned up on the corner. She's essentially passed out. Her magic power is completely like shot and she's barely on her own feet. And you see
I'm
Gemma
gonna
kind of
stand up and let
scrambling
Gemma
out
kind of
bed.
fall sideways to go grab her.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as Gemma kind of like gets up and strolls over and says, yes, I'll take you home.
She can't make it home. She can barely stand up. Ystira, we have beds. We have 2 rooms. Just take one of the beds.
No, I'm gonna take her home, I'm pretty sure. Brian. And
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm saying she can't make it home like this.
we will talk about why you're wrong later, all right? And at that point, Luso says, "So am I getting Oslo, or are we just letting her die in a basement?"
Can you go get her? Because I feel
Please
like...
go get Oslo.
Yeah, please go
Yeah,
get
that's
her.
fine. Arcana check from anyone current with advantage. As you guys kind of see Luso stand up and move towards the door.
20.
At that
Another nat one. What is
Molly,
happening?
Molly, I'm very concerned. Adriel, natural 26. You actually see headphones off. Everyone who's not Adri.
Hell yeah, let's go! Sorry, I'm very excited. I've never been the one with the headphones on.
Yeah. So you actually see Luso kind of nod and be like, "Yeah, no, I'll go handle this," and like go to stand up, and you see he kind of places like a very like practiced 2 fingers on like the edge of the hourglass, and you see it take just like a momentary like flash of pink light, and then his eyes flash a little bit as well. Something about, like, you remember hearing rumors about like specially elevated people of Simpira's guild, and the way that Luso's talking about the redistribution of power that she sort of allows to happen. Things begin to click for you. Headphones back on, everyone. Come back to me.
I think Andrew just like takes that, just puts it in her pocket for now.
Yeah. And so Gemma like moves Ystira out of the way, so Luso can kind of stroll out. I think that like Gideon, you catch the sort of like near mystified look at Julian that Luso gives before they kind of like head out. With that, Gemma is kind of holding on to Ystira's like hip a little possessively, and says, "All right, I'll get back and I'll finish planning with you all soon. I'm just gonna get her home."
Gemma,
And then like
you
turns
hurt?
around.
Andrew's just concerned.
Yeah, babe, almost died. Opens the door and Mara's
Okay.
literally just
Oh,
standing
hell yeah.
there. And then it's like very visibly awkward for a fraction of a second before Gemma like does what she can to ameliorate this and goes, "Oh, perfect. My job just got so much easier. Will you take her? She's like a lump at this point." and basically just like shoves Ystira into Morrow's arms, who's like immediately like so concerned, like, are you okay? Like, blah, 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 blah. And like, so like Ystira shoved out the door. Gemma like is kind of standing in the door frame so the rest of you can't be seen. And she goes, right then, have a good rest of your bachelorette night. And I'll see you later. Slams the door. just you can tell that she just wanted to keep that interaction to a minimum. Done. And then she just turns back to all of you with sort of like a, like as she kind of like puts her back up against the door.
Nailed it, Captain.
Thanks.
All right, last messy day in Terraplane for all of us, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn right. Any other disasters I need to know about?
I feel like it's up to Gideon if Gideon's gonna tell Gemma about Julian.
No.
Okay.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah, I think at that point, Gemma turns to you, Gideon, and says, all right, basic rundown, what this foe looked like.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know you described it, so I think Gideon just realized
you were
everything.
obvious flux, like, you know, very pastel, brightly colored, nearly unmistakable, which is why I'm going to need Brian to roll a history check.
A 13.
That's all I needed. It was a DC 10.
Okay. Gideon's
Running down this list of descriptors, right? Like bright green hair, pink skin, I believe. Please don't. My working memory is very bad. I'm neurodivergent. Like runs down through the list of like what these traits were, and like it kind of like builds each time they list one. Like, okay, well that matches, but where's the one that's like not gonna match? So I can tell myself to calm the fuck down, right? And it never comes. And then Gideon reaches the end of her fucking list.
So who is this person?
This is the person who gave you the scar on your back, dear friend.
Oh, shit.
You had a bad day, right? I'm just gonna make it a little worse.
Brian just stares for a long time, and I think,
Does the conversation just continue without you?
no, I think, like, when Gideon's done, like, describing this person, Brian goes, where are they?
I don't know. I escaped after almost being eaten by them. I was gonna try and stab their mouth. And then I got away while I could, and then I
Where were
found
they? Can we track them? Does anybody know about tracking? Is that something we can do with the Flux folk?
Mara couldn't track them, so I don't think we could. They were gone. Like air, Brian. Why?
I remember.
You remember? Am I sensing a tragic yet slightly hot backstory?
Not so hot, mostly tragic. That's the person who ripped apart my back the first
Oh,
time.
yeah. It's kind of your whole thing, isn't it? I'm sorry to hear that happened, and I'm sorry to hear that they're back. But shouldn't let us distract us too much, no?
If they're kidnapping my friends,
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll get to that.
They just want cards. That's all they were
everybody wants
looking
these
for.
fucking cards. Okay.
Oh, man, if they're court hunters, we just gotta give them a different lead, then. They're like little flies. You just gotta tell
Wait
them
a
they're
minute.
heading somewhere else, and they leave.
Wait. Carton, have you heard from your dad recently?
My dad, no.
Because last time I encountered this motherfucker, they were working with Oedicus Whitmore.
This is a nightmare, then.
And you haven't heard from him since he gave you that little box.
Yeah, and I didn't even hear from him then. It was sent through a messenger boy. The queen couldn't find him. Nobody could find him. He's not answering any calls. He didn't answer any texts.
I don't like this.
Yeah, me neither. You don't think he's doing this, do you? He's sending this Fae person after us?
I mean, babe, you're the one who knows your dad, right? Wouldn't you be the one who can answer that for us?
I didn't
thought
get
I
the
knew my
impression that he was the
dad.
one with the power in that situation, so I don't think that he's the one with the power in this one either. I don't know what that means.
I know just as much as I know about the little metal box he left. Almost nothing.
Why would he give that to you if he knew that these motherfuckers were still
Can
hunting
we
Yes.
sleep on it?
Sorry. Yes, of course. Yes, Andrea, we will tuck you in just one moment. Want to double check back there. You do have a card?
Yeah, I recently found out that that's what it is, and Nakia was very interested in it.
Insight check from Gideon. And Adriel. At that point,
11.
Is this a good time to?
Look, I'm not a conspiracy
I'm gonna use my
theorist,
final
but
luck
this
point
is
before we sleep.
starting to feel awfully connected, all of it.
yeah, I'm not. I'm much too sober to deal with sort of the. Did you all ever read that? That like. Oh God, it was like it was a penny book. It was I had it in my shelf. It was called Actually Love, and it was like it was all started different things, and then together in the middle of the book, you kind of find out that all the stories are connected, and it feels a lot like that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not drunk enough for how fucked up I find this. So, okay. So insight checks. Did anyone top 15? Adriel, you rolled Arcana.
Oh,
And I need an
oops.
insight from
My
you.
bad.
Am I rolling also?
Nope, just Adriel and
no.
Gideon.
Okay.
23.
There you go, 23. You see Nisha's kind of like head perk up at the mention of cards and then kind of go back down again.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Gemma's like looking at all of you with just like a deep exhaustion of a woman who very nearly died today, and then had to like unpack her trauma and her betrayals while dying on the ground. She's had a good day. So she just kind of like looks at all of you and says, right, so we'll just kind of divvy this up. So 2 of you are going to be in charge of strategy, 1 of you on equipment, 1 of you on allies, 1 of you on arcana. You good? I'm going to leave.
Yep. Glad you're not dead. Truly.
I am also glad that I am not dead. At least for now. I might regret it in like 2 days.
Are we seeing you again, Gemma, or are you just fucking off?
Would you like me to fuck here?
I mean, we're gonna
What?
need your help.
Yes, I'm here to help you, alright? You gave me the gold up front. You're roping in my friends. Of course I'm going to fucking help you.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
Have I ever been disloyal to you?
Not yet.
Alright, good night.
Good night, Gemma.
Good night,
The room
Gemma.
next
Good
door is
night,
empty.
Gemma.
You shout room next door is empty?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that knowledge. There's no fucking mattresses in it though, and I think
forgot.
that's what you hear her shout. And then you hear stomping down the stairs
I'm
as
sorry.
she then leaves. And then suddenly it is just the 6 of you in this room.
Just a question. When should we know that there's 2 cards amongst this group, or?
I feel like that needs no
Two
information.
cards. We have 2.
Is that Misha? Yes, Misha, we have 2.
I guess who
What
to know.
percentage is that? 2 out of 26.
Misha, you know about the cards?
Yeah, why do you know about the cards?
I'm to be a
Everyone
monarch. It's my job to know about all important measures of history making.
History making.
Brian rolls her eyes and flops back on the bed.
The cards are important. That is kind of
Mhm.
the one thing we all know.
Yeah.
I mean, Winona, I won't tell you what to do, but I think maybe this is something it's safest if we keep under our hats, so to speak.
Need to know. Need to know.
We might need it later as a bargaining tool. Audrey's
Okay.
gonna say as she like crawls onto one of the mattresses.
Back to the shadows it goes.
Also, Luso found out about me, and that's all the things we all need to know today.
Is he
And sits
cool
back
about
up.
that?
Excuse
Is
me?
he gonna tell someone? I was gonna ask him that and I forgot.
It was when Gideon got taken over, and then Gideon was like, "Stop my body!" And I ran out, but I wasn't wearing the crown. And Luso was there.
Who else was there?
It wasn't Misha's fault. My body was
I'm
running
not
away.
saying that it was their fault, and I'm still confused as to how you became felt, but that's fine. I don't understand magic, and I don't pretend to. Who else could have seen you, do you know?
Well, I was standing on the balcony. So I guess anyone who was standing below the balcony.
Excellent. Great. Okay.
I feel like surely no one would be like terrified at least,
Also,
like,
the person who kidnapped us.
But they didn't
Terrifying is a
recognize you.
city full of thieves, Gideon. Everybody, more people know what the royals look like than you realize. They're paid to know that information, or they seek it so that they can get paid for other information.
That's wild. Okay. Fair point. Well, no one saw that Julian was Misha, just that Misha was around. So, as long as Misha stays Julian,
That
hopefully,
should be good.
yeah. I
And
think.
hopefully
They
this
just a
doesn't
little
get back
high.
to
They
the
just give like a
castle.
thumbs up.
And we get
Is
out of
somebody-
here quickly.
Yeah.
We don't know who we can trust, and if somebody gets this back to the castle and they figure out that the Misha among their ranks is not Misha, I feel like that could also potentially be a problem.
I agree,
think we
but
have a
literally
whole-
one thing at a time. Y'all are saying that you
Alright.
want to kill a guild master. Can we figure out
No,
that first?
Yep, okay, yep. We should all get
Very
some sleep,
fair.
probably.
Good night.
Do I just
Go to sleep, Misha.
No,
in the
what?
corner?
Do you need to get comfy? Do you got comfy stuff?
Do you want to
good?
come lay down here with me?
Blanket?
There's this whole mattress is empty.
No, it's not.
Wait,
okay,
what?
so
No,
to
I
clarify, okay,
moved.
so where did you move to?
How many mattresses are on the ground?
There are 2 mattresses on the ground.
two, yeah.
Winona and a cheese plate are on one, and Gideon and Adriel are on the other.
Okay.
Curran is sitting on a bunch of pillows besides the 3-bed, and Brian is taking up the entirety of the 3-bed sort of situation, which is why Misha has nowhere to sleep right
They're. Oh my god. Brian, move
Brian's
over.
gonna just roll over and curl into a ball on one of the 3 beds.
Adriel's
now.
gonna.
Right in the middle.
Just
move.
doesn't say a word.
Adriel will move to the 3-bed.
Do you mind if we split a mattress, Gideon?
No, we can. We can split a mattress.
I mean, I
sorry.
could move if you want me to.
No. You look really comfortable with that cheese plate. Like, please keep doing that.
I don't.
Misha's pulling like a tiny blanket as they try to make themselves as tall. Because like Julian's form is like much like taller and bigger than like Misha themselves are, and so they're just like trying to like cope with like a much bigger body than they're used to as they like try to make themselves small on this mattress. And so with everyone settling into bed, what are the last things that are said before you all go to sleep?
Brian takes her eye patch off and puts it on like the nightstand next to the bed. And says, "Try not to dream about death tonight. We'll figure it out in the morning." And then like falls asleep.
You're so fucking comforting, huh?
I'm gonna fucking kill you in your sleep. Dream bubbles. Like, not genuine, just like.
Brian does not
fucking
respond
God.
to either of these comments at all. She's done.
This is the most stressful blanket fort I've ever been in.
I'm sorry, Misha.
It's okay, this is only my second blanket fort.
I'll say, like, Edry's probably, like, one of the, like, I think Edry, like, in the darkness of their blanket fort, just, like, apologizes for something that's been bothering her for literal weeks, for literal days now, and she just very quietly goes, "I'm sorry for cursing you on the ship." That's all.
I appreciate your apology. I'm sorry for fucking up as much as I have been.
You're trying to help, and we need that right now.
And you'll get it.
Okay.
I promise my best. You then realize that Misha's still pretty high. As they like resolutely pull the blanket over them. And I think that is the last thing that's said before, like, I think, like, Brian is, like, radiating annoyed cat energy. Like, as people keep talking while she's trying to sleep. It's time for an assassination. One of the coolest things you can do, if you ask John Wilkes Booth. Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm losing my mind. So you've all decided to assassinate a guildmaster. In the hours of the morning, this dawn takes place, and responsibility is kind of what's for breakfast. So the first thing I would like to do is head over to this loadout page, and I'm not going to touch this page. I'm just going to ask you all how you all assign yourselves in the coming morning.
Okay, I think Adri's gonna take Arcana because she was already planning on going to Superfax anyway, to look at spells. And so unless anyone objects, that's where I'm gonna put Adri. No?
I trust you so much there.
Great.
Yes.
That's where I'm putting Adri. That's where she lives now.
Hell yeah.
I'm thinking that, and I want y'all to help me like figure this out, that Winona can go two places. I think Winona can either go equipment or crew and allies. And I say crew and allies, and I question that mainly because I don't know if we want to get the Derby girls involved, and those are the people that she has the strongest ties to. I feel like the other people that we might want to pull in, she doesn't have as tight as a relationship with, aka ISIS Fidelity people. Or strategy, I don't know. Winona will always adjust to the mold wherever she is needed.
Well,
All I know is that Brian should not be on crew and allies.
Brian's not going anywhere near crew and allies with how she's been
that's
acting.
all I know.
So my question becomes, like, if we want to take the Derby girls, fine. Is there anyone else that we would like to take as a squad?
Don't ask that. That's a question for crew and allies to ask, so I'm not going to let you talk about it. I'm only going to let you talk about who is in charge of that.
Oh, no, that's fine. My bad.
No, you're good. I just want to give each person their job.
Yeah.
I think Winona or Gideon would be very good at that.
Mm-hmm, same.
They're both very charming. And they both are
I
able to
would.
do really well.
Yeah, I will also fill whatever role. I think Winona would be better at it because you've made more connections than I have, numbers-wise. But that's just me. I'll do anything I'm told in the game.
Same.
I was really excited for this part because I knew all of you would be like, I'm just gonna do like whatever, like you do whatever you want to do and I'll just do whatever's left. And then all of you would say that, and then we'd just be at this funny little stalemate. And so I budgeted in time for that. So I'm just gonna sit here.
I would say if I got to pick, I would say I would put Gideon in strategy.
You do get to pick.
Then that's where I'd like to go. But again, I will change if I can or need to. But that's where I would aim for.
I kind of want to put Brian somewhere where she's not going to have to interact with a whole bunch of people, and maybe somewhere where she's going to have something that's like literally in her pocket that she can give them to be like, help me. So I feel like putting her in equipment makes sense because she can acquire weapons and things like that for everybody without having to necessarily be like playing nice or like behaving herself. If that makes sense. And if we like that.
I like that, but you still have to behave yourself. That's all.
I
That's
will
my
do my
contribution.
best, but
That's not good enough. You have to behave yourself.
okay, fine. Pinky promise.
I think I'm gonna put Kurt in strategy, because that's where I thought earlier that I'd kind of fit best, since if we do end up doing this inside of Simpira's compound or the bank, it's places that I've been inside of before as a player, so that might help.
At this point, I will say that Chad and I in my secret channel all had like predictions going, and I'm 5 for 5. I don't think Chad did as well. Yes, so we have elected to put Gideon and Current in the strategic team, and Adriel with Arcana. Brian, you're going to handle equipment. We will visit that later. And then Winona, the very essential crew and allies. You're going to figure out who's on the team. That's going to be pretty dang important. But we're going to go in order. So, yeah, I think that like super early next morning, Gemma's like at your door, and pulls you, Gideon, and Current. And I honestly think that that's like who Gemma would have been like, yeah, you two are in charge. Let's go. So I think that also like makes sense for that. So yeah, so you two are like unceremoniously summoned. And then there's like a 15 like minute like walk through Terrapine as you're like going down like darker and tighter alleyways, but Gemma just seems like completely nonplussed about it as she's just leading you down like darker and darker corridors, and like pushing increasingly weird men out of the way as you're all like strolling through. And I think that you get to like this really weird section of Terrapine. You've had to like climb on a roof at this point, and you realize that there's like another building that's been built on top of this roof, but there's like no streets by it, right? Because it's on top of a building, and also like the rest of the buildings kind of like rise up around it. So it's almost like this tiny little house trapped in like the box of like high rises on top of a little high rise. And so you have to like climb like 16 flights of stairs at the end of this journey. And by the end you're like, what? I don't want to. So you get to the top, and then like it's this tiny little, it looks like a cottage, genuinely just like a cottage. And Gemma's like, well, this is my house.
You climb these stairs every day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's how my ass looks so nice. Also, I rarely come here.
That's better. That one, I'll take that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just gonna say this. Level heads, right? I've tried to bring some of the most level-headed people. Kind of hoping that works for me.
Yeah, we're solid.
All right. And she like leads you into the cottage, and you see like sitting at the breakfast table are a very still looking Nakia and Ystira.
You decided to join us, Nakia. I appreciate it.
I'm not doing it for you.
I'm not asking you to. That's okay.
I'd have to fucking kill these two assholes if I didn't join them on their side. So they've pretty much given me like no other option. She says in Gemma and Ystira's direction. I think Gideon, you hear Gemma under her breath go, I get it, you have mommy issues. And like not even remotely within hearing distance of Nakia. Just as she like kind of like and you're like, oh, me too. Never mind. You know, you just like hear that as she as like Gemma kind of like storms into the place. You see her open. It's not like quite a fridge. It's more like a cooler box. But you see that she like opens it, and there's only just like half drank bottles of wine. She just kind of like looks around in like a small panic and is like, all right, well, very nice Riesling for breakfast. She just sort of like brings it down. None of you have eaten anything. She like pours Riesling into these 5 separate mugs and then just like sets them down at like this kind of like breakfast nook. And it's like a little too small for what all of you were doing. And Gemma just kind of like, you know, kind of gets everyone like sat at this like tiny uncomfortable table.
Current's
So, well, good news is that Simpira doesn't know that this place exists, as far as I'm aware. This is about as off the radar as we can get. Ystira's been here since like 4 a.m. No, God, we were still awake at 4 a.m. What time did you get here? And Ystira just goes, I didn't sleep. Gemma's like, cool, fun bachelorette party then, right? And Ystira goes, no, that's... and just as she continues to have not slept. All the 3 of them are sitting there, kind of looking at each other like, well, who's going to talk to these 2 first? And then I think like eventually Ystira decides that it's going to be her. And she kind of like pipes up. She says, okay, well, you 2, we all showed up with what we think is the best solution for this. So we're going to need you 2 to be the tiebreakers.
We
Okay.
can do that.
Yeah. I think underneath the table, Gideon squeezes Current's hand for like reassurance.
Current's
Just a little
squeeze
moment.
back. Yeah.
Absolutely. And so at that point, Nakia goes, well, I have the best idea, so I guess I should start first, huh?
Floor's yours, Nakia.
Well, these 2 plans have sort of no sort of strategy around the fact that Simpira's house is a near impenetrable lair. So what I'm proposing is that we actually surprise her while she is at a, well, oh shit, what's the event called? She kind of like looks off for a second. You're actually going to get the feeling that she's like weirdly excited about this, but you're not going to unpack that right now. So she like thinks for a second, then she comes back. She says, well, okay, so Simpira's been invited to attend this investors banquet by Guildmaster Chintrix. He sucks so bad. And what I think we should do is I think that we should kill her in front of him.
Why?
Great question. She'll be off her home turf. It'll be a surprise attack because she does not expect to be jumped on in a room full of people. And I think the bold statement will warn off the literal power vacuum that this decision will create.
Well, being off of her home turf does have its advantages, it sounds like.
And that's why my idea is the best.
How can we guarantee that the other guild members, Chintrix won't try and step in and stop this?
Good question. It's typically pretty rare for guilds to get involved in other guilds' business. It's kind of an unspoken cultural thing here in Terrapine. If Chintrix decided to intervene, we'd be only a little bit fucked, but I'm like 90% sure he won't. Because he obviously thinks that he will benefit the most from this action, and we will prove him otherwise.
And it's an investors banquet, so everyone else there is just a finance
Rich.
nerd. But not
No,
fighters, right?
These are all the people who are investing in Chintrix's secret project.
Maybe we can have a 2-for-1 Guildmaster murder special. Gideon, like, jokingly says. Not really. We shouldn't do that, but...
What about the location itself? Do we know anything about security-wise? What would happen there?
Yeah, so he actually spent more money on naked statues of the Apotheon sisters than his home security, so I'm pretty confident we could get past that. I propose that I
What?
bring you in as guests, and then anyone you'd need who decide to be extra, we would just sneak them in as chefs.
That sounds pretty thorough.
It's fun, cute, mystery costumes, alright.
I mean,
Not
yeah.
bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna say mine is absolutely the most fun.
I mean, we got to hear the other plans too, but Gemma did seem excited about the idea of going in kind of guns blazing.
And then at that point, Ystira says, all right, now that we have the daydream plan done, can we get back to the realistic ones?
Yes,
Please.
Ystira, let's hear them all.
All right, well, Nakia informed me this morning. You get like an electric spark of tension between the two of them for a moment. This morning, that Simpira is planning my turning ceremony for the night before my wedding. I know for a fact that she has to drain the majority of her magic power before the ceremony in order to make it happen. I propose that we go through with the initial portion of the ceremony, wait till she's weakened, and then take her out. That's our safest bet for everyone to leave this alive. Jim says, no, that's not right. You haven't had my plan. My plan's the safest bet to keep everyone alive.
Would you be safe? It sounds like you have to be pretty vulnerable for us to even get anywhere near her in this situation, right? I don't even know what a turning ceremony is. I don't know if that's like a...
Yeah, what does that mean?
The only people who would reasonably know that are Alonia and Luso.
What about Alonia? Where would she be?
Well, and then she like leans forward conspiratorially as if you do not know this, and says, Alonia is actually Flux. It's how Simpira gets a majority of her magic in the city. She's a vital part of the ceremony and most often my healer after I've healed others.
What do you know about her loyalty to Simpira? How she really feels about Simpira?
I don't think I know anything about Alonia. I think she prefers to keep it that way.
I think it's an interesting idea. Having a Flux help us take down Simpira.
We would just have to make sure that she wouldn't try to fill that vacuum of power.
I mean, she seemed to really like you, Current. And Luso said if we had a good bet, he would help us too. If we could get both of them.
There's
that
no way
could
he'd
make
say
this-
no.
Right? If we get Alonia, maybe we can get Luso or vice versa. I mean, if we tell Luso we have these three, maybe that'll get him.
I mean, we've already told Luso, so...
Yeah. Well, something for later.
All right. So The first plan was impractical. The second one was sad. I have a third one that's neither of those things.
I want to hear it. I mean, Ysera's already, you haven't even slept. I can't see how this is going to be good for you. Let's hear Gemma's plan.
At that point, Ysera says, well, my turning ceremony is isn't until Tuesday. It's Sunday. We'd have a day to plan and recuperate.
Still, I want to make sure that all of us are kept as safe as possible. So let's hear.
Right, which is why you would do it during the turning ceremony, so that she was at a disadvantage and we had the upper hand from the get.
But I want to make sure that's not at the cost of your life, Ystera. And you've already proven before that you're willing to lay it all
some
down.
kind of delicate flower. I can handle the risks that I'm taking.
And I believe that. I just want to make sure the people I care about are okay.
Same as well. Goes, oh my god, can I please?
Yes, Gemma, please.
Yeah,
What is your
please.
plan?
All right. I call this my usual. So I will come back to Sampira. She's going to be so surprised because I've been avoiding her for a couple of months. And in that moment of intrigue and surprise, which she is nigh, and just she buys into it every time. She gets very bored very easily. I seduce her, get her up to her bedroom, give her a poison that temporarily blinds her. We attack. She can't petrify us. That's my deepest fear. I do not want to be turned to stone. We kill her in her bedroom, and it's ironic and fun.
How guaranteed is seduction, Gemma?
Yeah, this puts a lot on your plate.
I don't know, Gideon. How guaranteed do you think my seduction is?
You're drinking wine in your empty cottage at 10 a.m. Not as sure as you fucking think right now, Gemma. I'm sorry, but now wasn't.
Roll a persuasion check for me with advantage.
Okay. Oh no, my connection to the server. Oh, just kidding. It's bad. Please let me roll 20. 21.
21. Gideon Osmond, there are tiny firsts that people keep in their pockets, right? Like, you know, oh, the first time, my partner was the one to sleep in, and it was the first time that, I surprised them with breakfast. This is the first time Gideon Osmond made her sister laugh.
I'm gonna cry. Okay, thank you.
Nakia just lets out this, gross cackle. just like a very unattractive cackle as she kind of sits back in her chair and covers her mouth, because I think she doesn't want to disrespect Gemma that much, and two, she doesn't want to see that you made her laugh genuinely, and I think also Ystera kind of because I think they're both yeah, everyone thinks she's the hot one. She's the mess, and so yeah, I think that makes Nakia laugh very much.
Gideon smugly sips the hot wine that's been sitting in the cupboard. It's a fun plan. I don't know if it's sturdy, and I think we need sturdy here. What happens if she's mad at you? What if she decides to kill
and
you?
She takes me to her bedroom to torture me, and then I'm already there, baby.
What if she just turns you into stone right then and there?
No. She doesn't. She would do that if she was trying to make a statement out of me, but she's not going to do that because I'm one of her heirs. She would sooner torment me over several days. I've done this before.
Ystera's plan's my favorite. Gideon leans back.
What?
I didn't want to just because she was so sure that her plan was gonna work. But, I mean, it seems the security seems like it's gonna be in our favor, and she's not gonna be anywhere near her home turf. And I mean, yeah, seducing and poisoning her does seem like a very
And it's
romantic touch.
fitting.
I'm not gonna. Yes. Yes. I agree. And it's so hard for me to disagree with you, Gemma, but I
Fuck
just.
me. I was dying yesterday. You won't even. I didn't even get to have a. Oh my god. You're probably gonna put me on security or something. That's so boring.
Of course not.
We know that you are very powerful, Gemma. We just want to make sure that you're alive.
And you're gonna let Ystera put herself in the line of fire like that? I promise, I'm steadier than she is. Ystera just fucking flicks her in the forehead. Oh, fuck.
I just think that no matter what if we choose this plan and we're all working together, then we're focusing on all of our strengths.
If her
We'll all
magic
be
is
on
drained before the ceremony, and if Alonia is there as the surrogate healer and she's in on it.
I'm sorry, I just realized I didn't bring you over to the strategy page. You're there now, and you can look at the written plans now.
Thank you. She'll be at her weakest. This is a private ceremony, apparently. And if we get Alonia and Luceau and the rest of us, and she's not as strong as she could be, and I would say it is a pretty big fucking surprise, I think it's our best bet. That's just me. I'm willing to negotiate, but my gut tells me.
No need to negotiate. Gideon and I are clearly right. What do you mean no need to fucking negotiate? There's still 3. You don't have a fucking majority vote. Nikia, your plan's not gonna win anyways. You might as well vote for mine.
Oh my god. I see now. I see now where the rift is in this little family. You know, as the heirs, you're gonna have to get along. At some point, the point is to put you in power.
I don't think any of them really thought about that. And so they kind of take in your words for the first time. And then there's a silence, who's gonna talk about that first? And it ends up being Ystera. Ystera says, of course, I mean, this is a reality we've been preparing for. And we're not gonna waste it.
So then which tactic ensures the most that you 3 come into power here?
We disagree on that. That's why we brought you to her cabin at 7 in the morning. Wait, is it 7 in the morning? Gemma goes, no, it's 10:30. And Ystera goes, at 10:30 in the morning.
Okay, Gideon. So, you think that doing this before the turning ceremony?
What's the question? Say it again.
Our best bet? Oh, I was just asking Gideon. I was confirming which tactic Gideon.
I see. I thought that was a question for me. I was like, I don't know. We're back.
I think Kern and Gideon here are displaying a much more congenial, sibling-like relationship as they're okay, yeah, what do you... So Gideon turns to Kern and is that's what I think, but if you think differently, I trust your gut.
I worry about Simpira having high ground with us being in her home. But if she's weak, well, that's more of a worse state than she's in any of the other 2 tactics.
I think killing her as fast as possible is our best bet. And in my head, this is the way to do it. We just have to make sure Ystera is okay. And That's the only
If
thing
we
I'm
can
hesitant
ensure, if we can ensure Ystira's okay, then yeah. I mean, could Luceau, Alonia, does anybody do? If we can make sure that somebody can make sure that she's okay, that this doesn't drain her of every essence of her life, then I agree.
I mean, yeah, you would have to get there before I was turned, preferably.
Yeah, we can
That's
do
the
that.
thing, is it's the riskiest choice, but if you're confident and you're capable in your team, we can execute it.
Do you believe in us enough that we can do that for you?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we've got our plan.
All right,
We
so
might have to
my plan
convince
one
Brian, but
Brian's not gonna like it.
doesn't
Brian's
matter.
going to
We
be
made
the
the
part,
decision.
and Brian will make sure nothing happens to you, Sierra. That's clear.
She's still not gonna like it.
Yeah, well, she'll have to listen to me.
Yep,
We
yep,
cut
she
now
will.
to 2 hours later. Right after, can I just, 2 hours later, I think that we're all back. I think that you all reconvene for lunch with sort of like the results of the plan. So Adriel, Winona, and Brian have been like waiting for you all to return. You can tell me later what you all did this morning. But I don't think you could like engage in your plan because you didn't know what the strategy was, right? You were waiting for this. So we cut back to lunch in the Blushing Pear. Gideon, how do you sell this to the group?
I think we can all agree out of Nakia, Ystira, and Gemma, Ystira's probably the most level-headed adult out of the three. Yes. They each had a plan. Ystira's was risky for Ystira, but I think
Risky for
logically,
Ystira, how?
I'm getting there. The night before the wedding, Sempira wants to turn Ystira, but they'll be alone and she'll be drained of all of her power, so we just have to get there in time. And
Do I know what
she
that
will be
is?
at her weakest.
Do you know what that is? Go ahead and roll me a history check.
Okay. An 11.
Yeah, absolutely. There was always rumors of like, there are like kids' tales of like the vampires, which is not really what they are, but like there was always like a rumor that there were vampires from Isis Fidelity.
Okay. And the plan is to what? Infiltrate before this happens? Whisk Ystira away and murder Sempira?
Ideally, she'd be helping in the murdering, but yes, we get there before she turns. Apparently, Alonia and Luceau are the only two people that know what this is, so I assume they've been through it before. We already have Luceau with
That
one
makes
foot
sense.
in, right? So if we can get those two, we have Ystira, Nakia, Gemma, and whoever Winona gets for us. If we get her when she's weakest, we kill her fast, finish it quickly. I think it has the least risk
Get
to
the
all
hell
of
out.
us.
But the
And
most
make
risk
sure
to
Ystira is
Ystira.
okay. Yes. But I think we can get her out of there.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure how the Derby girls would feel about this whole situation. But I feel like working in numbers might always be best. And I mean, I'm down to ask if they'd be down to do that before we whisk them off to the wild. Is there anybody else that we're looking to have?
Do we need to give them the specifics, or can we just have them kind of like acting as security outside?
That's fair. But
It doesn't make sense for everybody to be involved in the actual like slaughtering of this woman.
Can we not use the word slaughtering?
What word would you like me to use, Elle?
I don't know. Another fucking word, Brian. Adria's like picking at her toes.
The assassination of this woman. Better?
The exiting
There we go. The exiting.
of a life.
The removal.
We
The
can move
unaliving.
we can move on now.
Just make light of this situation.
I'm not making light of anything. I'm trying to find the right words so that everybody's comfortable.
This might be a bit uncomfortable, but seeing as her fiance is a sort of a linchpin in this plan, maybe Morrow might be a good person to get, and they're also part of Hawkmon Grass.
I don't know that there's going to be a turn-in ceremony the night before the wedding.
I don't know, but I feel
think
telling them might
motivate a bit.
That might change their mind, yeah.
And if Morrow can get people, I mean, Morrow's like one of the most charismatic people I've ever met.
Ugh.
Sorry, I calls him as I sees him, Brian, and I think we could use Morrow.
Brian's going to look at Winona and say, I should have listened to you, and I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
If this is the plan, this is the plan. And if we have to involve Morrow, I suppose we have to involve Morrow.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Adria like leans over to Gideon and goes, Brian was an asshole. Tomorrow.
I thought you said they healed the rage wound.
It's
That made Brian
healed-
an asshole.
Oh, they did.
They did.
They did.
Great. Okay.
We cut now to who's going next? That means crew loadout is next. I think like 45 minutes. I actually think at that point we can say that like right now. I think that Nakia like comes into the blushing pair, says, "All right, I'm in charge of crew. So who's doing that with me?"
Really? Yeah.
God damn it! All right, let's go.
Yeah, all right.
Honestly, I would have been disappointed no matter who it was. Are we going?
Yeah, no, let's go.
All right.
Love you,
And,
no.
I love you too.
And I think that you get led to a very eldritch house. And by eldritch, I mean like, so Ystira has, Simpira has her like very nice mansion in one of those upper echelon pockets of the tortoise shell. And little Nakia has like a little mini me house right next to it. And so you're brought there. And I think like at a certain point she's like, here, and she like takes a card out and she like flicks it down, and like you notice that your whole body takes on just like a different look. You like look down and you realize that you look like Oslo.
Oh, why?
Because she's gonna catch on if I bring Winona to my house.
But
she gives you the most
but you're-
condescending look in the world.
But your girlfriend though? No, but you knew nobody else? That you
It's
could
the
just...
it's the last thing that would rouse suspicion. This is not about emotion. This is about strategy. Keep that in mind.
Trust me, I do not want any emotion with you. It's fine.
That is okay.
A job's you get to be rude, I get to be rude back, but a job's a job. I'm fine.
You done?
Yes.
Okay. And she leads you into her house. It is surprisingly like your definition of like very like fashionable and cool. I will say, whatever that definition is, she matches it pretty closely. And I think she like takes you to she's like, don't freak out, but this is my panic room. And she like leads you into like a full like lockdown chamber. And she says, listen, it just kind of makes sense when you have this many cards on you at all times. All right. And she just kind of like puts her hand up against the thing, and you watch like this like metal like iron like come down like kush, 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 as you're all like essentially trapped in this box inside of her house. And then she like turns to you and she says like, okay, who are you thinking?
I mean, I was wondering if like the one of the teams from Hawkmongrass might be a good idea. If there's anybody in ISIS Fidelity that
And they're just
you
gonna like drink at the problem, or what? What do you want them to do?
to how they can either fight, they can stand outside, and you know what? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. How about you? Who do you think? Because I think they're strong fighters, or at least
I
they're
think they're strong fighters. I just think that there's a lot of them and they're loud sometimes. So it would just be a matter of what they're doing. If you put them outside of Simpira's house, that's obviously going to garner some kind of attention. Our odds of
true.
getting discovered go up quite severely. If you'd
Okay.
like me to hide them in secret passageways of her house, that is something I could do. They would just have to make sure not to get caught for the several hours leading up to the ceremony.
Okay. Well, what do you think makes the most sense then?
Well, I think that they're all risks. Which group are you wanting to bring on?
Eevees?
Okay, Evie keeps a relatively tight rein on her group, so not one of the worst picks you could have managed. So the Derby girls?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd put 3 on the rooftop. I'd put 3 in the secret passageways.
Cool. Sounds like a plan.
Okay, so we have that.
Who about
Okay.
anybody that you're looking to pull in?
I don't have a good rapport with Alonia, so I think that she's obviously a great person to bring on. I just can't do any help in that. I heard that Curran and her get along. I think Hail Mary pass, have her get involved. It's a risk. It's a really big one. She could look at us and decide that we are losers who are about to get hit like flies and just go right to Simpira. But she could also, I don't know, find us cute and amusing and worthy of her time. So
So how do we convince her that we're cute and amusing and worthy of her time?
I have no idea. She's never liked me.
That's helpful.
I told you I wasn't going to be helpful with her. I'm just telling you I think she's a good get. And I gave you the avenue to success, which is Current.
Okay, cool. So then I will talk to Current when I get back.
All right. Lusso is in your pocket?
For the most part.
That's tough. Okay. Yeah, I don't... Okay, so Derby girls in the floorboards. I love that for me. Alonia as a Hail Mary pass. Fine. Is anyone else from your... Obviously, the 5 of you... Is anyone else besides that 5? Because there's like a weird 6th one of you that's only like there half the time, right?
Yeah, but I would I don't know. We'd have to talk to them about that first.
Okay. What about your crew that you came on your nice little airship with? I believe it was Lusso, Golidri, Tiram, Vez, Mara Apon, and Lorian Figlass. Are you going to bring any of them on board?
I don't know about Figlass. You know, we could kind of like I don't know. I actually haven't really spoken to many people on the ship since we've landed here. So
Not a great call. Your airship crew is usually the difference between life and death in the wilds.
Fair enough. Well, I will then open up the line of communication.
Yeah, you should bond with them and then ask them to risk their lives to kill an 800-year-old guildmaster. I think.
What are
they'd
we
love
doing
that.
here? Are we trying to make a plan, or are you going to keep making digs? Because one thing is productive and one thing isn't.
I think we've been plenty productive so far. We have the Derby girls in the floorboards.
Awesome.
We have a Hail Mary pass for Alonia, a beautiful reconciliation with your airship crew. We obviously have Ystira and Gemma. Anyone else?
Not that comes to the top of my mind.
All right. Then I think we both know what we need to do.
Okay, cool.
Oh, are we telling Morrow?
I think we need Morrow. So you know what? Yeah, let's throw
Okay.
Morrow onto that list.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with you.
No, that's way too easy. That's way too easy.
I just agree with you. Just
No, no, no,
Ystera
no.
doesn't.
Tell
And
you're
and-
hiding. Can I roll an insight check?
absolutely.
Annoying. 20.
20. Yeah, she absolutely. That was like hot goss eyes.
You gonna spill or
I think Mara would be a great addition to the team, but Ystera has asked that her fiance remain oblivious in the 24 hours leading up to her wedding, which is a fine plea, but a naive one in my opinion.
okay? So what about 24 hours and 1 minute?
No, I think we should tell her right now.
You gonna do that?
Oh yeah, I can do it.
Actually, I don't trust you. I trust you, but I don't trust you.
I mean, no, it's not like it'd be any better coming from Gemma, so
you're not wrong.
all
But
right.
why do I feel like I don't like the look on your face.
I just think they have to really get to know each other as two individual people before they enter into a relationship of holy matrimony. And I think this will be a really good opportunity for them to get to test that. Did you know they actually broke up once?
No. I did not know that. No.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago, but they were actually like not together for several months.
Oh wow. Why?
Well, Maro had this mission that she was pretty sure was going to kill her, so she just dumped Ystera and left, and like didn't come back while on that mission for a couple of months, and then came back, and Ystera just like up and forgave her, which I think is completely ridiculous. So
I don't know what to do with that information. I mean, I know what to do.
nothing.
I mean, yes, right.
Be cool?
Yes, yes, I am being cool. Yeah, but just like God, so much drama down here. Y'all got so much going on.
Do you all not have drama up there?
All the time? Yes, but like, fuck. Okay, yeah.
At least we're interesting. By the way,
hello.
You got any hot goss from like your team? She sips her Starbucks coffee.
Honestly, I try as hard as possible.
So wait, so
mind my business.
Trying to get it together. Are Gideon and Brian like actually dating, or are they not? Okay.
The only
Is anyone on the team dating anyone? Is Current dating anyone? What's up?
Please. I mean, you know, people be involved, you know, and
oh, are you all dating each other?
No,
oh my God.
That's not that's not my business to tell. It's not my business to tell. It's not my.
Sorry, I thought we were having fun.
We are having fun. We are having fun. And I guess we should bond before we go into a fucking Jesus Christ. Okay, so yeah, you just don't tell anybody, right?
I mean, you're not going to tell anyone about my thing.
No. I may or may not have kissed Current more than like once or twice. So I'm not telling anybody else's business but mine, because my business is the only business that I'm sharing. What?
It is your business.
Exactly. It's just mine. Just mine.
And so are you all like college friends? Like how do you all know each other?
No, I mean, 3 of them like grew up together, like in the castle. I know
You were
Brian.
raised in the castle?
Yeah.
Isn't the queen like a martyr?
I don't know.
Were they like tortured?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. So 3 of them. So wait, who were the 3 that were?
Why is that important?
I mean, yes, I want to know who I'm on a crew with.
Fair enough. Can I roll another insight check just to be
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I ain't no snitch. 17.
Yeah, I think that you just realized that like Nikia's favorite pastime is gossip. Like
Okay,
this is
fair.
genuinely
Okay.
like one of her favorite things to do.
All right, so I just met them. They're really cool. They're my friends.
Wait, so they must be paying you so much to join them in the wilds when you barely know them? Are they not paying you?
I offered,
We're out here fighting injustices on my turf, and you're telling me that they sent you down here and they're not paying you a fucking dime?
I offered to come down here.
Why? Well, I get it. It's
to
Curse
protect
sucks,
my
right?
friends, man.
Oh.
No, it doesn't suck. I just want to protect. I just want to make sure my friends are safe. Friend and new friends.
And the girl you kissed twice.
Yes.
So it's probably that then, right?
It's a mix of all of the above.
Okay.
All of the above.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why are you
So
looking
then
at
how
me
does
like
Brian fit into all of this? Because she's from Terrifying.
that? Yes. Brian lived on Curtis. Made friends with one of the 3 people raised in the castle.
Okay, I don't understand why that's a secret. Continue.
It's not a secret. I just don't like to. It's not a secret. Okay, fine. Adriel, Current, Gideon.
Well, I don't want to burst your bubble. I did kind of ascertain the 3 people who were raised in the castle because I assumed it wasn't you, and it's definitely not Brian.
Me, Nakia? Why are you new?
I was just wondering who Brian was friends with.
Gideon.
Interesting.
Why is that interesting?
I'm beginning to understand the dynamic at hand.
Okay. And what are you piecing together? I see the gears turning. I want to know what's going on in your head.
Majority queer mess, 90%, 10% desperately clinging to life, 0% strategy or expertise. We'll change it though, don't worry.
Ow. Not to say, like, I want to be very clear here. I want to be very clear. You just met these people. I also just met these people, but that's not the fucking point. They're smart. They are capable. They are kind. Don't sell them short, or don't underestimate them just yet.
I'm excited to see them live up to their potential tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
And when they see how a successful mission is really run, I'm sure you'll just kind of osmosis it.
Have you always been this way?
What way?
Don't worry about it. It's okay. Don't worry.
It is okay.
Yeah.
So, crew loadout done. Alonia's really our only big Hail Mary pass. I'm pretty confident in the rest of them. Sounds like you got the majority of this handled. Do you need me to do anything for you?
Is there any way, is there anything that you think that you can do that would be helpful?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my friends alive tonight, and
sick. Me too.
You can focus on keeping your friends alive tonight, and then not tonight. Sorry, me, the DM. Tomorrow night is the night it is. Tomorrow night, and then you focus on keeping your friends alive tomorrow night, and then come dawn, all of our friends will be alive, and I'll be in charge.
Sweet. I mean, outside of the obvious, is there anything else that, like... No? Okay, then cool. I will talk to Current about Alonia, and I will talk to the Derby girls. And who's going to talk tomorrow?
Me.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
There's no ulterior motive to that, right?
Not one that matters. Doesn't change the reality. And I've pretty much told you what my motives are. If they're meant to be together, I'm sure they'll get past this.
Okay. You sure you don't want me to just take care of that since I'm already...
My pleasure.
No, your pleasure. Well, it was a nice...
You're getting out of my house? Let's do it.
Cool.
And she literally like stands back up and like does the palm on the door and like the middle kind of comes back. And she like walks you to the door and says, "You have an hour until that magic wears off. Have fun being awesome until then." And she shuts the front door on you. Now you're Oslo for an hour. Congrats, bestie.
So what the fuck am I going? Okay. Shit. Well.
What do you do for the next hour as Sweet Oslo? Do you just like hide and wait for it to be done? Just like, okay, 58 minutes?
Yeah.
57 minutes?
I kind of just try to, I find my, like, very deliberately taking my time and making my way back. Taking in all the sights, trying to stay out of the shadows. I mean, in the shadows. Yeah, yep. Taking my
Can you just give me a stealth check?
Yes, I can. Not one!
How close are we to chaos?
Halfway.
Okay.
Like at 100.
I'm gonna leave that scene alone for a while, and I'll just give chat some time if so they choose.
Ooh, chat.
So, we cut now to about 3 hours later in the day. Rhine.
Hello.
I'm trying to think of what you'd be doing. So you're with like Gideon. I believe Adriel's gone it off at this point. So I think it's Gideon, Current, and you.
Mm-hmm.
What are you all doing in the Blushing Pear right now? It's like 12 p.m.
Honestly, I think Brian is grilling them on their weapons proficiencies so she can try to figure out the best like means for them to get through this all in one piece.
Okay,
So I think she literally has like a list going of like things that she wants to acquire. And she's put at the top like new daggers like for herself because she's always looking for new knives. And then to Gideon and Current, I think she just, she's like, does Adriel have a fight? Does she use weapons? Does she know how to fight? Did you learn how to fight? The castle taught you how to fight, right?
Well, yes, but just each other.
Yeah.
I mean, sparring. It's not nothing. Adriel can use a sword.
How efficiently can she use a sword?
Better than I can.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you can turn into a shark, so that's fine. Adriel also has magic, yeah? Is there such a thing as, like, combat magic? Can you fight with magic?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
At that point, you hear the door open just a little too hard to the Blushing Pear, and
Also,
you
we're not
feel
on the pear
almost.
map if you need us to be.
I will put us. We won't be there for very long,
Okay.
so don't worry. I think that because we're about to go to our next strategy map, a intimidating cloud of anger slowly walks into the blushing pair in the form of Morrow Graham.
Ay, ay. Morrow, to what do we owe the pleasure?
Which one of you is handling equipment?
That would be me.
Let's go.
Go where? I'm not going to a secondary location unless you give me more details.
To get you your equipment.
Okay. Can I bring my friends here, or is this a one-on-one kind of thing? Are you looking to bond?
Gideon, you're there. Are you doing anything? I saw a motion of yeah, making that look. Yeah, I mean, Current, you're also there, but I think Current, you've been here for a lot of Brian's more disastrous moments, anyways. I think this is one of Gideon's first.
Is this productive, Brian?
Hey,
Fine, let's go. And she pushes away from the table and stands up.
Brian,
Morrow,
you better not be so fucking petty that you get her killed tomorrow night. Do you hear me?
if that was my goal, I would have already done it. My goal is to keep her alive, which if you haven't figured that out by now, I don't know what to fucking tell you.
You say that? Your actions are not reflecting it. Pick yourself the fuck up.
What are your
come
actions
get equipment with
reflecting?
me.
You've spent years watching her live in this woman's shadow, in danger every day. And yet I have to come here and propose this solution? I don't want to hear about that. You want me to come with you? I suggest we both just put this aside and agree that we want her to live.
That's literally what I was doing in this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Do you listen to yourself speak? I'm asking you to not be the world's biggest jackass for like 48 hours.
Fine.
Make that 52. Because then after that, I will be married.
We'll see.
Ryan?
All right, so Gideon, you're coming to get equipment?
Okay. Yeah, Brian, can you be an adult and stop?
No, I think Brian can sit the fuck down until she's ready to be an adult. Let's go.
I'm not... Gideon's not the one in charge of equipment for this mission. I am, so I'll be coming with.
I think at that point, Morrow just like turns around and walks out the door, and whoever is following her is following her. So who's following
Brian walks
her?
after her.
I tag along. I feel like there needs to be a buffer.
Yeah!
You're
Oh
welcome
my
to
God.
join. I'm not letting this happen unsupervised. I simply can't. I think before they step outside, Gideon like points at Brian in the chest and goes, I get it. You cannot make fucking comments about maybe you'll be married when we have a job to do.
Fucking survives, doesn't it? This plan is psychotic.
Brian, it
I'm
came
gonna
across less like
X-card
that. and-
psychotic. I'm X-carding psychotic. Use a different word and re-say that sentence.
This plan is ridiculous.
Brian, the way you are acting is ridiculous. I'm going to be honest. When you said that, it came across less as you being concerned for Ystira dying, and more so as in like a we'll see if you're married. Knowing it was from concern, I'm a little bit less mad at you, but you have to think about how you sound tomorrow. I get you don't like her. I know this is hard for you, but we have to look past our personal bullshit and do our job, because the only way she doesn't die is if we do our job right, and I know you want to do that. I believe in you. I think you're going to be great at this if you just pull your head out of your ass and do it right.
She rubs me the wrong way.
I don't know if you're giving her a fair shot. How would you feel if you were about to get married and then you showed up like a day before and then showed up at the bachelorette party and there's like jam and like significant flowers, I think.
Okay, listen, I am not making the choices that Ystira's making those choices on her own.
Well, this plan was Ystira's choice, and I thought it was the right one. So let's fucking do it right. I know you can do it.
Okay.
Do you need me to come with you and Morrow?
I mean, if you'd like to. It seems likely that she's going to hurt me, so...
It would make me feel better if I were there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. We walk up.
All right, so I think that she's like waiting outside. If she smoked cigarettes, that's what she would be doing right now. But I think instead she's just stretching because she doesn't know what else to do. And so she's like just sitting there with her eyes closed, just kind of like this, just like stretching, and just you can see that like very calm breathing is happening as she tries to just self-regulate. And she watches the two of you come out, gives you both a look and says, "We good to go?" All right. And you are led to the Hawkmongress Guild Hall, which actually is a place you've never been before, Brian. You are led to this guild hall, and it is one of the most like magnificent and like celebratory things that you've ever seen, right? You like enter into this guild hall, and it's this huge hallway with like balconies on top. And you see like people like running like around at the top, right? And then you actually see that there's like another balcony that looks like much less populated. So 3 layers to this guild house, and then on the main floor there's like this hallway, and you can actually see it's just like lined with just like different just like trophies of like different quests, different journeys. There's just like a smorgasbord of just like stories in this hall. You can like kind of feel it in your bones, right? The rugs on the ground are like well loved and tattered, you know. There is like a jovial like nature to the air as like people are like passing around lunches, like somewhat, you know. You actually see that like it is like lunchtime right now, and you can actually kind of see that there is an environment of like, you know, like in like a party, like each person will have like brought their own like part of the dish, right? So you see like everyone kind of like come down and like sit at their tables, and they'll have like family portions, and then they'll just start like picking off of each other's plates as they like you kind of get that there's like a very communal nature here. But Morrow just like silently leads you all through it to the back. And I think like you notice like a few people being like, whoa, like why is Morrow like so mad looking? I've never seen her look like that. Are like some of like the whispers you kind of hear as you walk through. And you are led into the back room, which is a very cool looking sort of like shop front. And Gideon, who else could be behind this counter but
my best friend,
Provolone?
Provolone.
And so yeah, you see this very I'm very excited for you all to see this page. It's my favorite one of the evening. As you all see like this, and you see actually that like more of Crovolone's like kind of like animated skeletons are like prevalent here, right? A lot of them are like shipping and stocking and like packing boxes, and you kind of get the feeling that this is like Crovolone's main haunt, right? This seems to like there are like, you know, it's like a very like pristine like shop front, but you see like there are like edgy little like poetry posters on the wall, and like, you know, there's a little bit of like Provolone present in the space as well. And so you all pull up, and Mara walks over and says, like puts down some sort of like piece of paper that you all don't recognize and say, we're here for a guild quest. And Provolone says, right. All right, well, this says like 2 provisions. Is that right? Mara says, yeah. And Provolone says, all right, who's selecting? Mara says, Brine. And Provolone says, all right, step forward, Brine.
Brian steps forward and like
Do
gives
I
a little
know
wave.
you?
Yeah, we met very briefly.
Mm.
Mhm.
Yeah, we did. Nice.
Yeah.
All right. So have you ever rented? No, I haven't seen you here. So you haven't. All right. Here's how this works. Since you're not a part of it, well, it's technically a guild quest. I don't know why you're actually getting to do this, but I don't fucking care and it's fine. So basically, what's gonna happen is we obviously have a lot of very good equipment here. It was hotly debated for about 5 years how we were going to handle equipment distribution. The way that we kind of figured it out was by putting it in mystery boxes and going from there. So what I'm going to
Mystery
do,
boxes?
listen. So what I'm going to do is basically they're not like mystery. Okay, well, here, okay, so here's and just like kind of like waves his hand and these like boxes populate on the counter. It says 7 boxes to choose from for today. You can pick 2 on your provision chart. Looks like we've still got an agility package, a subtle package, an elegance package, a preservation package, a defiance package, a mistake prevention package. That's like the biggest box. It's like this. It's like huge. And then the summoning package. So which 2 do you want?
Is there like a breakdown of what the contents could be?
No.
Okay. I'm
I
gonna
mean, the name
turn.
speak for himself. You know. If you have a
Yeah.
question about one, you can ask me.
Okay. So the summoning package, I assume, is gonna be
My
more
skeletons
magic-based?
like pack them though. Yeah, that's magical summoning creatures and stuff like druids do, and sometimes necromancy. The skeleton behind them does a little twirl.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
That's very good.
So good.
And the mistake prevention package sounds less.
I don't know what's in that one. It just prevents
Okay.
mistakes, guaranteed. If it's labeled like that,
What kind of mistakes?
it would usually be determined by the users.
So also
Will.
magical?
Most of the shit in these boxes are magical. That's how you get the job
Okay.
done.
Got it. Okay. I'm gonna turn to Maru at this point and go, I was looking for like weapons, like real weapons, not like magical weapons. Like weapons that anybody could use.
I can get you steel if that's what you're looking for. But if you think just steel is going to work against a 800-year-old guildmaster, I think you're mistaken.
I was thinking iron.
She's not Flux.
There's no flux in her at all. That's surprising. Okay. I'm gonna turn back to Crovalone and say, can I just have 1 second to converse with my companions here?
Yeah, I mean, my lunch break's in 10, so like if you could do it before then,
Yeah, no
appreciate,
problem.
but otherwise, yeah, you're
Absolutely.
fine.
No problem.
Absolutely, Provolone.
I'm gonna turn to Gideon and
Actually,
Maru.
Did you buy drugs from me?
I
Point to
did!
Gideon.
I sure
Yeah,
did!
then make it like 3 boxes. You're fine.
3 boxes.
Probably
Okay.
you gotta come see the airship sometime before we leave, seriously.
Yeah, I'd love to see an airship. That
Yeah,
real nice
just come
one?
by whenever. Yeah,
Hell yeah.
yeah, for sure. I'll hook you up.
I want to come over in like the next couple of days. And maybe consider if you want to go on an adventure. You know?
Yeah, you can like come with us if you want.
Yeah.
The Derby girls are coming, so you're invited.
Did I just hear you say something about killing an 800-year-old guildmaster?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, that was a
Alright.
prank.
This is
Ha, sick prank.
Yeah.
It's jokes. So I'm gonna turn to Gideon and Morrow and say, I think the ones that make the most sense are the subtle package, the agility package, and the defiance package, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I always pick elegance packages when they come up because it's all about minimal impact on jobs. Non-lethal solutions, subtle solutions.
Not
But I don't know if that's your style,
Subtle.
so.
don't work when we're trying to assassinate somebody, I don't think. Unless I'm wrong. She's trying so hard to like be nice.
Yeah, I was left with the impression here that murder's kind of the only option. I don't know if there's a way to.
non-lethal. Not so much.
In any other scenario, I think that'd be a really good idea, though. But I don't know. I wish there was a way, but I don't think you do this halfway with her, right? I trust your instincts, both of you, more than me.
Would you go with the elegance package over the subtlety package? What's the difference?
One's about noticeability, one's about impact.
I think Brian like really considers that because that can make a huge difference.
I prioritize keeping casualty numbers low on my jobs.
Do you imagine there will be many casualties when we're looking to take out one person?
I don't know. How are you planning on getting past your guards?
Okay, let's do the elegance package.
You don't have to if you're planning on stealthing past them. I'd use the subtle package.
I intend to stealth as much as I can, but I'm working with a group of people who may not be as stealthy. So perhaps the elegance package makes more sense.
Or the mistake package. Who knows?
I don't know that the
prevention.
mistake package makes sense. But if you both think that that's the right one, then that's the one that we'll take.
I don't know. I'd like to be able to not kill the guards, and elegance and subtlety both seem like that would be an avenue for that. And mistake prevention, I feel like we have a very low margin of error allowed here. So all three
And
of
you
those
all
sound good to
understand
me.
what like preservation means, right? That's keeping your allies alive.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Elegance and preservation together seems like it would cause the least casualties overall. And I suppose the mistake prevention package does seem helpful considering that this is our only shot to actually get through this. Do those three seem right? Does everybody feel good about those?
I do, but it's up to you, Brian.
She's gonna look at you for a really long second, like prolonged eye contact. And then she's gonna take a deep breath, like visibly take a deep breath, and she's gonna turn and look at Maro and say, if you were running point on equipment, would you pick those three?
Who's on your crew?
I'm gonna list everybody.
You're the only assassin on that crew.
Yeah.
Gemma likes to pretend she is.
And Gemma can hold her own.
I do elegance preservation and mistake prevention.
Okay. I'm gonna turn back to Crobolone and say we'll take elegance preservation and mistake prevention, please.
Nice. Do you want to unbox them here? That's like my favorite part.
Do we want
You
to?
can go unbox them somewhere else, though.
If he wants us to unbox him here, I really think we should.
Question for you, Crobolone. If we unbox them and we find that something is maybe not as useful as we would like it to be, can we
Hell
do a
fucking no.
swapsies? Okay. It was worth asking.
It's the ethics of the system, man. This is how we keep it clean.
Makes sense.
Don't
All
pay
right.
attention to the third box I gave out. It's fine.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's open these boxes up. Let's see what's inside.
Which one do you start with?
Let's start with the biggest one. Let's do the mistake prevention one.
All right. Yeah, you bring this box up. I think you have to like have Gideon put it on the counter because it's.
Oh
bigger
yeah,
than
I
you.
certainly can't. Yeah.
And Crobolone just like hands you a crowbar, Gideon. Do you open the boxes? Or do you pretend to be too weak to make Mara do it?
Oh no, I want to look cool in front of Brian and Crobolone
Nice
and Mara.
performance
Actually,
check.
okay. I try
A
to like,
room full of
pretend
people
it's
Gideon's trying to impress.
Good thing you have inspiration. 18. Don't fucking need it. Yeah, you look cool as hell. Yeah, so you pop open the mistake prevention box, the biggest box. Pop, 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 pop. And it kind of just like falls down. big fucking box. Tiny rock. Tinier slip of paper.
That's all that's in here?
Do you pick up the slip of paper and read it?
I will pick up the piece of paper as I say that.
Yeah. So I think like you pick up the piece of paper and Gideon, you get a look at this rock. It's like painted on the top in like a red paint. And for a second you're like, what does spoo mean? And then you like look at it for a second, and you're like, no, that says oops. and the revelation, like that's what hits you is like as Brian goes to read this slip of paper, and it says, think to the moment before the mistake and crush the rock.
Okay.
That's amazing. I needed 1,000,000 of these in my life. Wow.
That seems like something that you could just get a little too power drunk over, Gideon.
Yeah, well, I'll examine that later. This is
yeah,
great.
We can unpack that. Okay. Great. Is there like a protective something we can put this in, like a little box?
What's in the box is what's in the box.
Okay, great.
You could put the box back together.
Gideon, do you have like a safe place you can put this that it doesn't get crushed?
Sure, we'll say I have a. Well, yeah, I can put it in like a.
If not, I can
container.
I can put it here, and she has like a little pouch on her like harness for her daggers that she can put it in.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you're.
So as long as she doesn't get kicked in the chest, she'll be fine. Okay, so she'll tuck that away with the piece of paper just to be sure. She likes to have the directions just in case. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
you can reference them again. Okay. Okay. What do we want to open next? Elegance or preservation?
Let's do preservation.
All right. Yeah. So you pull out preservation. It's slightly smaller. You pop. There are 7 healing potions standard in this box, first and foremost. Jude, if you'll type those in Roll20 chat as I'm reading it out loud. 7 health potions. First and foremost. There are 3 things in this box. First, health potions. Second, a single necklace. And then you kind of see that there's like a attached stone to it, and there's a piece of paper around this. And basically this necklace says that you put the stone wherever you want it, right? Wear the necklace. If you are ever in a place where you need to get out quick, crush the stone on the necklace. You will be transported back to where you've hidden the rock.
Oh, we give this to Ystera. Bada bing, bada boom.
Absolutely.
We got ourselves a
Give this to
pizza.
Ystera.
Yes.
Brian's gonna look at Maro and say, "You can give this to Ystera if it will make you feel better."
It still felt like a neg.
Oh my
so,
god, I'm doing my best.
No, that's right. That was me, Katie May. So the third thing in here, you see a pair of lifelink bracelets. All damage will be split equally between the 2 parties wearing them.
Who's got the strongest constitution in our party?
I don't want to volunteer someone because then it seems like I'm volunteering them to split their life, but it's not you. I know that, so you're not fucking wearing this, okay? Okay. Well, we can talk about that before with everyone.
Sure. Okay. All right. Let's do
This is not you.
That was the preservation package, right?
Yes. Yeah. Preservation package is the health potions,
Right.
the lifelink bracelets, and the
lifelink
necklace.
Okay.
These are so cool. Thank you.
do-
I love this. It's so fun.
I love a loot crate personally. Okay, let's do the. Do we have time before you go on your lunch? I don't want to keep you.
Nah, I'm having fun.
Okay. Let's
Hell
open.
yeah.
Let's open the.
He
elegance
pulls out a
pack.
grilled cheese.
From where?
As you
Have you tried that with
skeleton
grilled
hands
cheese?
it to him. And so, which is this last one?
Elegance.
Yes. So, this elegance one is like the tiniest one. You pop it open, and there are 3 wands inside.
So the slip of paper tells you that the first wand is basically like a stunning wand in an AoE effect. Right? Anyone in a 30-foot circle will have to like roll a con or be stunned for 5 minutes. Cool. Stun wand. The second one is actually a wealth detector that will identify the 3 most valuable things in the room. And the third one is a modify memory wand with 3 charges.
Great.
Now, modify, does that mean erase or change?
I will read the spell modify memory to you now to clear this up. Modify memory. You attempt to reshape another creature's memory. One creature that you can see must make a wisdom saving throw. If you're fighting the creature, it has advantage. On a failed save, the target becomes charmed by you for the duration. While this charm lasts, you can affect the target's memory of an event that it has experienced within the last 24 hours and that lasted for no longer than 10 minutes. You can permanently eliminate all memory of the event, allow the target to recall the event with perfect clarity and exacting detail, or change the memory of the details, and change its memory of the details of the event, or create a memory of some different event that took place in that 10 minutes. You must speak to the target to describe how its memories are effective, and it must be able to understand your language for the modified memories to take root. Its mind fills in any gaps of the details in your description. If the spell ends before you have finished describing the modified memories, the creature's memories are not altered. Otherwise, the modified memories take hold when the spell ends. A modified memory doesn't necessarily affect how a creature behaves, particularly if the memory contradicts the creature's natural inclinations, alignments, or beliefs. An illogical modified memory, such as implanting a memory of how much the creature enjoys dousing itself in acid, is dismissed, perhaps as a bad dream. And then so this is actually this is actually a 6th level one. So this is actually up to 7 days, but I so 7 days. Modify memory, 3 charges.
Damn. Okay.
That's really helpful. We can not hurt people on the way in, but we can't like make St. Pierre be like, you wanted us to kill you. So at least we have this.
Well, and if things get really bad, then perhaps we can save ourselves a little bit too. All right. Okay. Great. Thank you, Provolone. These are. I think these will
You
do
gotta take
well.
the fucking boxes with you though. I got too many boxes in here.
Yeah, no problem. We'll
Yeah.
take the boxes. Yeah, sure, no problem.
Jenny, she'll like buy them for like 5 copper a piece.
What does she do?
I don't
with
know
it?
what she fucking does with them though.
Okay.
That's fun. Cool.
Maybe she's making like a fort, or maybe she's building like cat towers. You know what I mean?
Oh, how is Kat doing, Brian?
Cat's on the ship, and I think they're probably living their best life. Honestly, we gave them a nice little palace in there.
Yeah, Crowlin, we got a cat on the ship. When you come by, you can.
Yeah, it's a cat named Cat.
I'll bring my cat drugs.
You have cat drugs?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
sure.
We have to go before I stay here with him all day.
Oh yeah. All right, let's go.
And then Adriel, you have been gone all afternoon in the search of answers. Where do you seek them from?
Sorry, I was turning on my mic and I have a cat on my arm, so it was hard.
Love to see it.
I have a little baby. I think Adriel goes to Superfax and tries to get in. She doesn't have a fucking guild mark, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I think you have to like. I actually think that don't pay me no mind. Ophily's dead. None of you are on this map, as you can see. I don't upkeep my maps when we're done using them. Yeah. So I think that like you've been there. You're like standing outside the entrance, looking at Brian's hometown and trying not to be weirded out. When the door, like the hatch, right, because it's on the floor, opens up and Daisy's there. It's like, hey, Adriel, what are you doing? What are you doing around these spots?
Hey, I actually need to talk to Guildmaster Hylocus.
Yeah, she said she was expecting you. Come on down.
She was expecting me. Okay. She'll follow Daisy down.
Yeah. So you follow Daisy back to Guildmaster Hylocus's room. We cut back. She's looking exactly the same as she was before. Doesn't seem like the condition is accelerating or anything. But she is looking at you, Adriel, when you enter, and she just like literally just says, "Well, what is it?"
I have to ask you a question.
I figured this.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna take a seat somewhere in the room. Probably.
Even requests are questions.
Okay. I'm just gonna.
No, yeah, for sure. Take a seat.
I'm just gonna sit over here. And she goes, I have a couple of questions. I'm sorry. Why did you give me Ophelia's glasses?
Because you asked after them, and I figured it was best way to honor her is to give them to someone who would appreciate them as much as she did.
Understood. I have a question about Guildmaster Simpira.
Okay.
I know that there are people who lived in the old world who are, for lack of a better term, unkillable.
This is untrue. No one is unkillable. Death is a portion of existence for most creatures.
Adri kind of like thinks for a second on that, and kind of like is like picking at like her ring's invisible, but she's like playing with it.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, my friends want to try to, for lack of a better word, unalive an 800-year-old guildmaster, and I think it's a really bad idea.
This is not what I thought you were coming to me to talk about.
No, I have another thing I want to talk to you about, but this is on my mind, and I cannot think about anything else, so I'm sorry.
Okay. Yes, I do understand this. So you are hoping to kill Guildmaster Simpira. I understand sort of the natural inclination of this urge. I don't think you would find me one to begrudge it. I personally don't believe in I try to not be the aggressor as much in my life as possible while protecting the ones I love. This is what I focus on.
I agree, but everyone else is decided, and I don't want to be the one to mess up the plan after everyone's worked so hard to secure it.
Yes, but you cannot begrudge those who are driven by
No.
the fire of justice.
I don't begrudge them.
But I do think it's just important to also have the raging river of preservation, if you will.
Yeah. I came to ask, could I possibly use the library to see if I can learn any magic or spells that might help us this evening, tomorrow evening?
I do not see why not. You actually see her like kind of like make kind of a magic gesture with her hand, and you hear like the sound of like stone moving in the direction of from the library from whence you came.
Mm-hmm.
And then she says, I have also unlocked my personal collection. It is all free to you.
Thank you, Guildmaster. I really appreciate that. The last thing I wanted to ask, which is of course a selfish ask, I would like to join your guild and pledge myself to your guild. I think your idea of knowledge and what the world could and should be is something that speaks to me very deeply, and it's something that I've been thinking about.
Are you seeking a home, or do you have one?
I think my home is with the people I love, but that doesn't mean that I can't have some form of home base, if you would.
Of course, Adriel, I will always welcome those who chase knowledge and kindness to call this place their home.
I think that...
Do you know what they say about Asimar?
No.
They say that destiny chases them.
Why is that?
It is hard to explain. It is a very distinct feeling that I feel most do not understand. The feeling of the fabric of destiny and fate. For most, it is the storm in which they live. But for Asimar, that storm is the wind beneath their wings. They cannot fly without it, though.
I feel that. Sometimes. I feel like
Adriel, do you feel chased by destiny?
Sometimes. Oop. Not the echo. Sorry, hold on. Orion just jumped up here. Hey, excuse me, sir. We're in the middle of a very important scene. Please get the fuck out. All right. Sorry. I mean, sometimes I feel like I find myself in situations that I personally would not have put myself in.
I don't think most people put themselves in their situations on purpose.
I feel like a lot of people make choices, though.
I do not perceive you as a person without choices.
All right.
If I were to wager bet, I'd say you made a great many deal of choices to get to where you are now. Without choices, you would be living an ordinary life. No?
Yeah, you're right. My life is anything but ordinary as of late.
But I also think it is important to distinguish when these choices are your own and when these choices are being made for you. I think this is wise to do.
And what if the choice you want to make is not the one that contributes to the greater good?
What would it contribute to?
I don't know.
What cause could you be giving to that is more important than the greater good?
I don't know. I just feel like people aren't beyond redemption. And I feel like killing Zimpira doesn't ever give her that chance at redemption, but also, does she deserve that? And who are we to decide if she does and does not deserve redemption?
Most would say that it is up to the gods to decide.
I agree.
And how do you think the gods should decide?
I don't know. I feel very complicated about it because a lot of the gods want different things, and
They do.
a lot of it's very contradictory. So I think it depends on what god you ask.
And what god do you follow?
Meter.
Then think of her.
I will.
Meter is a lovely god. In many ways, it is she carries in her heart the vulnerability that everyone else does. I think to follow Meter is to be completely vulnerable. Not only with yourself, but with your loved ones.
Yes. I do feel safe with them to do that.
Now, you cannot make a person choose absolution. It will only ever be up to them.
Okay.
You cannot gift it. You cannot force it. There are some who will never seek that path. And for those, you hope that their soul meets something better in the next life.
Andrew's gonna nod like very like solemnly and just kind of like let the words like sink in and hit her. I think that like she's like done her nightly prayers, but I think it's been a very long time since she's been able to like commune with the divine, since we've been in a space without stars, right? And so I think that this is the first time in probably like a week that she's felt like the warmth of the divine like wash over her, and it's like very comforting.
I am not a violent person. But for some people, the best thing you can give them is a second chance. And sometimes that second chance does not happen until their next life. It is almost a form of mercy.
That makes sense. I'd like to see what happens with her second chance. Maybe the cards would be dealt differently.
Yes.
Andrew's gonna like get up from the chair. Thank you. This has been very helpful and has put some ease into what is a very stressful situation.
Adriel Holotide,
Yes.
do not draw your blade until you must.
Okay.
But when you must, hold your blade still. Hold your blade steadfast.
I will.
It is said that the Asima are the closest to the Divine's will. If anyone would be able to discern the real solution to this problem, fate would decree it to be you, no?
Yeah, it would. Perhaps I should step into that position instead of hiding from it.
Do you want to live a full life, knowing that you never gave it your all?
No, Guildmaster.
Then do not shy away from the destiny that is chasing you.
Understood.
See me before you leave Terrapine.
I will. She'll call out and then she'll go into the like little library thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can give me whatever kind of role you'd like in this library. You can sort of set that call, and after that lovely conversation with hi Locus. Sorry, no, I just almost fucked up in a really bad way. After that conversation with hi Locus, you are free to take advantage on that.
Oh hell yeah. I think, would it be investigation or arcana to look for spell scrolls
You could
and
use
books?
history, right? That's the thing. Is like what is Adriel using to her advantage right now? How is she channeling her fate?
I think she's gonna use arcana to see if she can like feel what the most powerful books in this room are.
Okay.
I think that's the vibe.
Yeah, let's do it.
That's a dirty 20. Just want to see if I can get a nat.
Let's fucking go.
That's a
23. All right. I will share this with you.
Ooh.
You are scouring through this library. It takes you hours. You keep seeing things. You're like, that's close, but I know that's not like, it's not it. Right.
Mhm.
So you keep discarding. You're like, I'll know when I see it. And eventually you get, and it's in High Locus's private collection. You actually see it's one of her private journals of like spells she has noticed others use.
Ooh.
Which is right. So then, I mean, this covers people who were like in the Imperial Tundra as part of the original like Arcanon. There is a great deal of like powerful flux spells in here that at least seem very like dangerous to even look at, let alone like read out loud in your head. Right. So you're kind of like, right, as you try to find the right thing. I think like every time you see like blood, right, you're like, no. But I eventually think you find a spell, a flux spell named Banish. Let me do it right. Banishmuth. And I'm going to share that with everyone now. And it reads in High Locus handwriting. Take any foe and walk the perimeter of your exile. Pace by pace with an enemy at twilight, you must mutter the intended's name 13 times. A gift prepared and delivered to the intended must be willingly gifted and willingly received. Wait for the sight of stars to strike. To banish the intended, options 3. Submerge them fully in water. The force of this element excises. Will them to sleep under your gazing eye. Or if lips have ne'er met, accept a kiss from wanting lips.
So I have
a
to.
part of this that actually didn't make it into the copy.
Oh, no.
I didn't put it into Roll20. The final little bit of this, as I'm editing it and saving it, I'm like, there was an ending to this, and it's not here. I pasted it wrong. The final 2 sentences are, this will exile your foe. Long may your dynasty reign.
I think Adri copies this into like one of her many journals that she has on her person.
Absolutely.
I do have a question. So like, I have to walk a perimeter of a place. I don't think I understand how the spell works.
You should probably take it to your friends and see if you can figure it out.
Yeah. I think that's what Adri's gonna do. Is there anything else I need to do? I don't really think so. I want to see if there's any information about Gorgons in this particular library.
Yeah, go ahead and give me another roll.
Yeah, I'll do a little. Hero history? I don't think we would have learned about Gorgons. Can I just?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A 12.
Nope.
Okay.
Can I get an Arcana check from you?
Yeah. An 8.
Yeah. Heart's telling you you've got everything you need.
Okay. I think I just like put the books very neatly back to where they were. Lock up like Hylokus's like private thing. Like just push the stone back to where it was. Close the like library door behind me and like peek my head into Hylokus's chambers before I go. And I just go, thank you again, Guildmaster Hylokus. I'll return before we leave Terrapine.
You are welcome, little Asimar. Have fun.
Thank you. Andrew will leave with the swords of Hylokus ringing in her brain.
All right. So, now you have all of your things. So, This is actually where Blades of the Dark comes in. Blades in the Dark. Blades of the Dark. Oh no. Blades in the Dark comes in. So, we are going to basically set the heist. And what we're going to do is you're going to tell me your plan, your full strategy, what you're doing with your equipment, what you're doing with your people, how you're doing it, who's striking. And then we're going to roll what is known in Blades in the Dark, I don't know why I keep doing that, as an engagement roll, which, to just read from the original text, it says, once the players choose a plan and provide its detail, the GM cuts the action. I will do that. But, so how it establishes, the way the GM describes the starting situation, rather than expecting the GM to simply get it right each time, we use a dice roll instead. This is the engagement roll. So basically, we're going to go through and answer some questions about your plan, right? Like, is this operation particularly bold or daring? And those questions will affect your dice. And then you're all going to roll sort of the summation of the skills you are contributing to the beginning of the heist. And we will see how you do and how your heist starts. Do you want to solidify your plan with me in or out of character?
I'd be good with either one.
I was gonna say the same thing. We are all not decision makers, so
Let's do out of character.
yeah.
All right, perfect. So I think, like, canonically, we see our sweet adventurers gather around the not deconstructed pillow fort, because, like, who's gonna put in the effort to do that? Right, so I think you're all, like, gathered. You're using the 3 beds to push together as kind of like this massive planning hub.
Am I back? Is my...
Yeah, did we hit chaos?
No.
Then you're fine. Yeah, you're back.
Okay.
If we had hit, you'd be having a very different night.
No.
That has spared you. So with that, I think you're all back. I think you're all gathered. So the first things I need to know is, did you reach out to Alonia?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Current. I think that you went to reach out to her. Tell me a bit about the strategy you used when you approached her.
I think the strategy I was going to use was kind of to approach to her emotions over the situation, because I don't really have much in the way, like, money. I don't think money's going to do it, because I had tried to offer money for the boots and wasn't interested in the money. I think just being very honest about, I know that you have no reason to trust me, and I know that you have no reason to turn your back on your guild master, but you have to, that she has to know that things aren't, rainbows and sunshine.
So, Current, you give this pitch, right? You plead to her moral core, which is the strategy there. Give me a persuasion check.
Okay. Ooh.
Can I give Lyrica my inspiration to...
Yeah.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll again.
Okay.
Great.
Wow. Current. She says she'll do it if you owe her a favor.
Okay.
You make a deal with a Flux.
Well, I've already made a deal with her once, so yeah.
All right. She asks you to swear it 3 times. Do you?
Yes.
All right. You have made a binding pact to go against a promise made 3 times will kill. we'll kill the person who did it. So keep that in mind, bestie. Congrats. But she says she would help you, and she made that promise 3 times over as well. So Alonia seems to have been recruited. Looks like Morrow's involved. Do you go back to Luso at any point to kind of solidify the ask? And if so, who does?
I can do it because if no one else wants to. I think Gideon goes to him, and it's very logical.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, we have these people, these contingency plans. This is our strategy. Here's how we're going to do it. We have, all 3 heirs and Alonia, some of Hawkmongress, Morrow. We're getting her at her weakest. I think Gideon wants to make this seem like it is foolish to not be on our side.
Yeah, persuasion check with advantage.
Please, God, let this go better.
Nat 20.
Does he think I'm cool and we become friends too?
Absolutely.
Yes!
You get the vibe he might have been hitting on you. Unpack it later. So I think that I think he agrees. I think you can tell that it absolutely hinged on all 3 of the heirs and Alonia having bought in. I also think in this conversation, do you at all kind of... No, because you don't know that. Never mind. I'm remembering who knows what. At the end of this conversation, Luso does inform you that he has ascertained that Oslo is not in Terrapine. She is in a section of the wilds nearby and has offered to go take her out for you. Do you accept?
I tell him to hold on it because I'm not going to call a hit on my half-sister's girlfriend.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Perfect. All right. So you locked in. I'm pretty fucking impressed. It's a pretty stacked ally range. So, okay, we've covered allies. Next, how do you dole out the equipment?
Sam, if you're talking,
Okay.
you're muted, baby. There you go.
So, no, I was looking at a little list that I had made, and then I couldn't get back to the window. Okay, so I think so she wants to give the necklace to Ysera.
Okay.
I don't know if I want her to deliver it personally, but I don't know if we have time to do that.
After the equipment's doled out, we'll see where we're.
Yeah.
We'll see.
So she gives Ysera the necklace. She's gonna put Winona in charge of the smash if shit goes wrong rock.
Nona gets mistake rock. Okay. It's actually technically called the oops rock.
Right, the oops rock. I think Brian's thought with the healing potions is that it makes sense to dole them out to the healers themselves.
Okay.
Because if the healers go down, the rest of us don't stand a chance.
Okay.
So that would be what, Adriel and Current, right?
Adri Current and Ysera if she's fighting with us, yeah.
Right. And then we also had the 3 wands and then the lifelink bracelets.
Yep.
So she wants to give the lifelink bracelets to the 2 beefiest people that are fighting.
Yeah, that makes sense. Does it
To
have to be
keep
in our
them,
party,
like,
or
No, it doesn't have to be up in the party, just like in our ragtag group.
Mhm.
In a hilarious circus of events, would it be weirdly smart to give it to Morrow and Brian? Because Brian's the weakest and Morrow's the beefiest?
Potentially, and like somebody could definitely convince her of that.
I would like to see it. That seems like a hard fucking sell. So, can we hop in?
Yeah, somebody can try to convince her of that. So I think like when they're doing this like meeting, And she has these lifelink bracelets, and she says, these are going to go to the 2 strongest. Here's my thought on that. If you both stay up with less damage, then everybody else will do better because we'll have 2 tanks still in the fight. You know what I mean? Any objections?
Skimpy. No, it's fine. Wouldn't it make sense to give you one of the bracelets since you are not the most solid on our team, and then give the other one to someone who's beefy?
I mean, oh well, I guess if it halves the damage, I'd have a better chance of staying up.
Right, and they would take less damage either way because they're beefy and could
So
probably.
who would take the other one then? Gideon?
No,
Oh, I'm not strong.
Maro would take the other one.
Yeah.
Maro.
Maro would take the other one.
So we'd be tied together with these bracelets.
Yes.
Yeah, the fiance of my ex-fiance is my ally. Classic saying. You guys can have matching bracelets.
I don't
Gideon?
I'm sorry.
Bestie?
I'm not helping.
I don't think she's gonna like that.
Doesn't matter if she likes it. It matters if it's strategic and it makes sense.
Does it make sense though, or is she just gonna think that this is some way for me to try to worm my way into whatever she thinks I'm trying to do?
You kind of
we're not unpacking that right now. That's not what we're talking about.
If she agrees to it, then I guess.
It only makes sense. Maro is probably one of the strongest fighters in Terrapine, which means she's probably really impossible to hit. So if she never gets hit,
then I guess.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
But you're gonna have to sell her on it.
That's fine. I can do that.
Okay.
And Nadra will take the other bracelet.
Brian is low-key hoping that you are not able to sell her on this.
We
Brian's
cut
gonna
now
be very disappointed.
to tracked Morrow down at the Hawkmongress Guild Hall. She is sulking.
Oh, no.
I think you kind of ascertain as you're walking in, I think you hear someone talking overhead that Meritos straight up took Morrow's airship keys so that she couldn't chase Icelius and Evie.
Oh.
And so she's just kind of sulking in a corner getting drunk, which is not very usual for her. You also hear people gossiping about her when you enter. So she's just kind of pulled up at the Hawkmongress bar, and that's where you find her.
I'll slide in. Is it like a booth? Is she sitting at the bar?
Yeah, it says at the bar.
Adri will pop up on the stool next to her. Hey.
Hello.
What are you drinking?
Terrible Hawkmongress beer.
You could drink anything else. I'm not here to neg you. I'm just saying. You deserve things other than bad beer.
Bad beer for a bad day. What can I do for you, Andriel?
So I have a proposition that has to do with this plan. You're not gonna like it, but I do think it's the smartest plan. You have free will. You can say no if you want to say no. But
yeah, I mean, yeah. Stop questioning it. Let's hear it.
Adri narrows her eyes at Morrow. She puts the lifelink bracelet on the table. Brian has the other one.
Okay.
My logic is Brian is the softest person on our team, and you are impossible to hit. So if you take the minuscule amounts of damage from Brian, and then you never get hit, neither of you will go down. Having both of you up prevents Ystira from getting distracted. If one of you goes down, that's the end of the fight. And you and I both know that.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
13.
That sucks.
This whole situation sucks. I'm not saying that it doesn't suck, Maro.
You realize that if someone dies while wearing a lifelink bracelet, that other person dies as well, right?
You realize that I can probably heal or stop that from happening, right?
Then why are we
Because
doing...
because if you are both up, then I don't have to spend my resources getting you up off the battlefield in the middle of the fight for no reason.
Yeah, I get it.
If Brian takes half the damage that she would normally take, that keeps her up longer.
No, I understand. I've used lifelink bracelets before. Watched someone die using one.
Okay. I mean, you can say no. I can just go back and figure out who else to give it to, but
I'll wear it.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm sorry for whatever the fuck this is.
It was Evie's sister. I was wearing the other half. I don't know how the fuck I'm still alive.
Is that why you tried to chase the ship? It's not your fault that you survived, Maro.
No. It's just my duty. I'll see you for the fight.
See you for the fight. Nadra will like push to get up and like very gently rest her hand on Maro's shoulder and go, drink some water. You know you don't need me to parent you. Drink some fucking water.
You Karthus people are just so strange.
How am I being strange? I'm being considerate. Please, you know what? Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. And she's gonna leave.
Absolutely.
She's gonna go back to. She actually wants to rub this in Brian's face, so she's gonna go back to. She's gonna go back to the inn, and like go and like we're in the blanket fort, right? She's gonna sit on one of the 3 beds and goes, "Oh yeah, by the way, I don't have the bracelet. Maro has it." So
How'd you get her to agree to that?
being a easygoing person, Brian.
Can I roll an insight check on that?
Yeah. Absolutely. Deception check, Adriel.
Okay.
So 13.
It's an 8. I'm sad because it's
take that as you will, Brian.
What did you say to her?
The truth.
Which is?
If you or Maro go down on that field, we lose Ystera immediately. She will stop what she's doing to heal you. And we can't have that.
I'm surprised she agreed to that.
Oh, I mean, it was not easy. But.
Yeah, I bet. Anyway, we also have these wands. Does anybody have a particular propensity for wanting to work with wands?
What kind of wands are they?
I've got one with a stunning effect.
For a non-magic user to use the wands, but I digress.
One with a stunning effect, one with a wealth detector, and one that'll modify memory 3 times. This memory one is a little dangerous.
Yeah, I'll take however many, one of each, just one.
I'm gonna take the stunning wand if that's all right with everybody,
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, makes sense.
just in case. I don't understand magic and I don't like it, but it seems like the deeper we get into this, the more I need it. So,
Misha, are you? Do you want one? What's are you?
Yeah, Misha, are you fighting
In?
with us?
You guys didn't tell me if I was invited or not, so I've just been waiting.
You could have asked.
You're always invited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
do you want the modify memory wand? Or the
How long
other
does that
one?
modify memory wand work for?
A
You said
week.
7 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Each one works up for 7 days.
Do you think that we might want to use one of those charges on Luso?
Maybe. Hopefully not.
I don't think so.
I don't know. We're gonna be with him longer than 7 days. I don't know if it's.
No. So you can go back in 7 days and like alter it, right? That's just like how far you can go back, right? So you can go back up to 7 days to alter a memory that's taken place there.
Oh.
Mm. But would it erase that like whole day? Because Misha was...
No, you have 10 minutes to like you have like 10 minutes to change it. Right, and so
I think
What?
Adrian and
Oh, are
Kara.
you talking about your identity?
yeah.
That bit?
I think Adrian character will go. Weren't you out of? She'll like gesture to his form. That with Luso for more than 10 minutes. Because you got kidnapped.
We were knocked out for a really good portion of it. There's a large part of it I don't remember. I guess I could hope that Muso also has gaps in their memory.
Okay.
That seems touch and go.
Is all of this not touch and go?
Fair. We'll keep it. We'll keep one for that. How's that
Yeah.
sound?
I'm not opposed to it.
Who wants this wealth detector one? It'll find the 3 most valuable things in the room.
I don't need it.
I don't really care.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't care, but it's cool, I guess. Sure.
I'm wondering if we can find those 3 things, and then if they're small, we can take them with us and use them for deals down the line, perhaps?
Yeah, it seems kind of wild to me that you wouldn't want the 3 nicest things in Simpira's spell layer, but
Oh, that's
I
true.
digress.
I mean, it could help us find the map in the vault, possibly.
Ooh.
Oh, the
If we get there
card.
after Murder Most
And would
Foul.
it find the other card?
Yeah,
Probably.
maybe.
Most likely.
I mean, I can take it, or Current can take it.
Winona, you want?
Or Winona?
I don't know how to use wands.
As far as I know, you just kind of wave it like this, and then it does things.
I mean,
I
it's
don't
a
know
little
if
bit more complicated than that, but yeah, that's the gist.
Do you want me to have it? I'll take
Yeah,
it.
Winona, yeah, take it, and then I can
Oh.
teach you how to use it when the time comes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Cool. And I think she makes sure that everybody has like weapons that they feel comfortable using as well.
Yeah, you were just able to
Wait.
ascertain those. Y'all are stocked.
Aren't I? Wait, hold on. I'm already in charge of the Oopsie Rock.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. I'm so sorry.
I don't want to be in charge of like
I have
too many valuable
Half
things.
of a brain cell, Kita. I'm so sorry. Okay,
no.
yes.
I also
Let's
almost forgot. Is there
give that
somebody
to
that
somebody
needs a wand?
Else.
I will take it.
Okay.
You have
kinda
two.
want
Give one to Current.
I
I'm
have
just gonna
two
yell at
already?
you.
Wand.
Didn't
Wait.
you take the other one?
I'll take it.
I don't
Oh
remember.
wait.
I thought Misha took the memory wand.
Oh, who took the first wand?
I did.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Gideon, yeah, take the one.
Yeah,
I'm
Queen doesn't have
sorry.
one. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'll
Here you go,
find
Gabe.
something cool.
I bet you will.
Let me tuck it.
All right.
Okay.
Equipment is
Anything else?
set. I mean, we have to
All
start
right.
discussing plans now.
Yep. So with that, please, this is essentially like Clue, right? It's gonna be Mr. Plum in the attic with the revolver. Walk me through where you are assigning each of your factions, what sort of objective you are giving each of your factions that are involved. If you all are splitting up or staying in one party, if you are splitting up, who is with who. Your avenue for entrance into the lair, whether it be through the front door using disguised means or through the back door. And just sort of run it through for me. If y'all can confer amongst yourselves before you turn around and give me the official plan, however.
Is it just us in
I'll even
here?
take my headphones off if you want.
No, I have a question for you. Is it just us in here? Or is it like the other people that we've like gathered?
We can say that they're around if you need like their help or input.
I
think it's mostly you all.
I wouldn't really know.
Well, here's the thing: is like you have like a whole day of preparation, right? You will see them at some point. So what's the question?
I think like I don't think Adra would know this, but I think that like the sewers lead to the main building? That would be like my thought. That would be my thought.
Entrance.
That's what I contribute to my fellow players is the sewer.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
We come up through the
There's that
sewers.
creature down there.
Did it seem?
It didn't seem hostile.
It didn't try to
though. It seemed
attack us.
sick.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
I know.
Okay, so we are going to enter through the sewer entrance. I'm gonna just give a generalized D20 roll for the three heirs just to see what they know about a 13, a 2, and a 17. I think at that point, Ystira cautions that there would probably be runes that will need to be destroyed in order to enter. But at that point, Misha speaks up and says that they are comfortable altering runes.
Nice.
Great. Misha's got a job.
Okay. Enter through the sewers. Misha the runes to get through. So then you are inside. You all now know the layout of this place. So this is the ritual chamber is actually in Isis Fidelity. It's not in her house. So you will be at Fidelity Bank, which is also conveniently the place where the map and the card are, right? So if we recall, we can actually head back over here while we are in our planning phase. And you can see, so this is the major throne room. You will see it's kind of still distilled in time from the initial introduction. Up here at the top, next to the throne, you see a branch left and a branch right. Those branches at the top lead off to basically various eldritch ritual rooms, one of which Gideon has already been inside of. Right? So this is going to be your next big phase is like getting through this room undetected. So what is the strategy? Right? So you're going to get up, right? You don't have to deal with the elevator, right? Because you're going in through the basement. So it's a huge hurdle tackled. But you need to get through this hallway without like existing guild members getting in your shit.
I'm trying to see if I have any like magic, but I don't think I do.
I think it's also fair at this point to say like you rely on an ally to get that done, right? Like, oh man, I can't, but like, okay, so it's gonna be X's job to like pull this off, right?
Perhaps so.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
I don't think that Nakia could do it because she's too...
People fangirl over her too much to be...
Yeah, and like Gemma is too divisive. And obviously Ystira will be with...
Simpira. So could it be Alonia and Luso?
Alonia, or
Maybe
get
not
someone-
together, but one or the other.
Either through magic or natural sneakiness.
Yeah, so I will say like Alonia will probably be magic, Luso will probably be sneakiness. So whichever you pick is gonna align that strategy.
I think Luso then, because anyone could detect the magic.
Yeah, that seems smart.
And
Okay.
sneaking should be enough to get through this area. We could use the magic later.
Yeah.
I also feel like if we got caught, Luso would be able to talk us out of something.
Are any of you contributing particular skills to basically I also should ask if you're like aiding the particular person that you're like asking to do, right? If there's a particular way that you're helping them. So I think you could also ask that question for like Misha, right? If there's like a particular like tool or something that you could do to like actively help them, right? It is also important to say that at this point. So you say that Luso will get you through the guild.
I'm able to cast invisibility on a few people if that's a help to him. We
Okay.
also have Current's sneaky shoes.
Yes, I do have sneaky shoes.
It's true.
Yeah.
I am pretty
Um,
sneaky.
Yeah, that's right. I think
I
I'm
was
gonna
just
need
looking to
help
see if my
because
enhanced ability spell would help.
I might. I don't know. I have to look at my spells again because I have a +0 to Dex. So, Bestie is not sneaky. She's very clumsy. So,
perfect.
I also
So-
like don't have tangible help for Misha other than like I would help them study runes ahead of time. I don't know if that's enough, but it would be something I would do.
Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, I think you can give him like pop quiz. I've made this rune, unmake it. So,
love that.
all right, so enter through the sewers. Misha will deactivate the runes, so will get you through the gates undetected. With the aid of Gideon's invisibility, Current's shoes, and Brian's sneakiness. So after that, you will be led to the ritual chamber. Since you have allied with Alonia, she has warned you that though Simpira's magic will be greatly drained, you now know this because you were with Alonia, right? You've allied with her. She does reveal to you, though, that like in those times, she actually keeps her basilisks near her.
Okay.
So, basically, the next like few bits are like, how are you setting up the derby team, right? What does like the jump look like essentially, and like how do you want to handle the basilisks?
So, Nakia, when I spoke to Nakia mentioned that there should be 3 of the Derby girls coming from above and 3 from below. Or if we're not, so would we be coming up from the sewers when we get to this point?
Yeah.
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 So
And the thing is, like, you can move them. You've not formalized their arrangement. I think that, like, the reason that Nakia, like, said, like, put them on the roof is, like, to stop any, like, incoming reinforcements. But if you're, like, confident that, like, that's not going to get triggered, right, then those 3 people on the roof wouldn't be doing anything, and they might be better served somewhere else, right?
True.
So you can keep all 6 of them in a secret passageway, and Nakia has offered this, right? And so that's going to be how well they can sort of, you know, keep that under control. The other things you can do is like you can have one of them handle like you're gonna cause the distraction, right? You know, in the guild hall, and that's gonna buy us the time we need, right? You know, they can be great distractions. They can be great. You know, there's a lot of things they can be doing.
I feel like maybe if we did like a 2-4 situation.
Okay. Yeah. So a 2-4 split for Derby.
So because I'm thinking maybe because like people know the Derby girls or Hawkmonger people as like being loud and drinkers, and like maybe they can play that up as a distraction, like maybe drunkenly like wandering into the guild hall or like.
Yeah. So do you want 2 on distraction or 4 on distraction?
2.
Okay. So 2 on distraction, 4 on fight.
Yeah.
And maybe it could be the 2 that fought at Batch Brawl against Evie and Caecilius.
Okay.
Because they can like hold their own.
Lovos, Lovey Locket, and I believe she fought with Trinity.
Yeah.
So Trinity, and okay, cool. And then, do you have a particular objective for the 4 derby girls in the brawl, right? You know, you can give them any sort of instructions being their hire, right? Like, make sure none of us fall in battle. If one of us follows battle, your next job is to get us the fuck out of there, right? Like, oh, I need you to handle the basilisks. Oh, actually, what I want you to do is, like, keep Simpura keep aggroing on Simpura, just, like, lay it all out right on the line, right?
Right.
What sort of, like, strategy direction do you give the derby girls? And this is something that can be decided by everyone.
Okay.
I think like distracting the basilisk sounds good, but maybe it's because I'm scared of them. Is that just me? What do you guys think? Because I'm scared of them. I love
Distracting the
a big lizard.
basilisks makes sense to me too, because then we can put our focus on Simpira proper.
Yeah, once the basilisks are down. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I'm down with that.
I do think they also like hit really hard. So like having them help us take down the
Yeah.
basilisk might be the a good call.
Okay.
And maybe
Yeah.
we can instruct Lovey and Trinity, perhaps, or maybe I don't know if Trinity's with us, but like once they're done distracting, or if they're able to get away to come join us.
Mhm.
That's a big if.
Mm-hmm.
But like you know, if that goes really well and you're able to get away, come help us kill the big lizards,
Mhm.
please.
Mhm.
Molly's scared.
I'm wondering, and I don't know. I'm wondering if Misha has some kind of like runic ability that can like create like shields of some kind. It's like doesn't have to be answered. I'm just thinking about it out loud as we start to plan.
No, I don't think they do.
Okay.
Okay, so, all right, so you have your assignment for your derbies. What do you want, Luso's and Elonian's primary directives to be when you are in the ritual chamber?
I think. Oh, well, I'll let someone else go, but I know it. I have an idea.
I feel like I've been talking a lot, so you go ahead.
Yeah, same. I feel the same.
I don't want to railroad the murder we're all planning as a group, you know?
Current Elonia is your ally. What do you think, baby?
Yeah. Okay, so this is past that room. So in this room, this would be where Simpira
Yes,
is,
this is
right?
like when it
Okay.
goes down, right?
Okay.
I think like you could ask for a lot of things, right? I want you to focus
Yeah.
on nullifying her magic. I want you to focus on like drawing her fire, which would be a little bit more difficult, right? But like I think there's a truly like a litany of asks, like, right, I want you to make sure that like none of my allies fall, like please keep them up if you see them down, right? Like
So I mean,
stop her
their-
tricks, right? Like, you know,
yeah,
make sure I don't get
is their
blindsided.
primary goal, because she is drained of power, to be a support in that during these rituals?
Yeah, so if you want to roll a charisma check for me to see how much of the truth you can ascertain from her as you're sort of like poking and prodding into the realities of the situation, you are free to.
I will also say that
It's going to be at a pretty high DC though. This is a well-guarded secret.
Okay.
With
And
what
you said
charisma, baby.
charisma. Sorry. Why can't I see?
It's at the top. It should be at the top.
Here
Or
it
the
is.
side. Yeah.
A persuasion check, or also works. 16. She likes you. Okay, so I think she tells you the following. Lyrica, you remember the tale of Mortia's severed hand, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Alonia retells this story to you.
Okay.
And speaks of the flux that tricked Mortia. Malaya Pira. is in this conversation that Alonia tells you that Simpira's real name is not Simpira, it was Cynthia. But she took on the name Simpira when she made this pact. Essentially, to get sort of this unending life and this deal, you are essentially making a pact with the most ancient flux, the original trickster, Malaya Pira. And it's like, it kind of like rocks your shit, honestly. Even Alonia speaks to like the power of this ancient magic in a really daunting way. Right? Like in the way that like you like no, like you'd never see her, right? You'd never see Malaya Pira. This is just the pact. You also ascertain that like Alonia's job is to like kind of facilitate that flux connection. She's sort of the go-between, if you will. Also with a 16, I think you begin to get the feeling that Ystira was going to be a very, very special case because of the additional shit she had kind of already committed to. Something about a prophecy. But if you prod, she kind of shuts it down and move forward.
Okay. I think that knowing that, I would like it would be great if she could somehow, I don't even know if this is possible. If she is like helping to facilitate that flux power, is there a way that she can not supply all that Simpira needs, but at the same time not get caught that she's doing this?
Yeah, I think it would be fair to say, like, Alonia, your like singular objective here is to make sure that Ystira does not get turned.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That may mean that she may take a less of a presence in the fight itself, but it's an important objective nonetheless.
I was just oh, sorry.
No, go.
I was just going to ask if there was time, since we were able to recruit her, for me to learn some spells from her.
Oh yeah, she fucking gasses you up as well. Like,
awesome.
You know, once that pact is made, she's like, all right, let's fucking go. She gives you some of those more sickening spells, if you will, that you and I had previously talked about.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, what objective do we give Luso?
So, with what I know about Luso, with his mark, I just have a question, like, would he know, I guess, like, Simpira's, like, vulnerabilities and be able to exploit them? Or, like, protect us from, like, her, like, true, like, magical powers? Those are two different things.
You would have to approach them without, you would have to approach him about this.
Mm-hmm.
So do you?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay, yeah, so give me a charisma check.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what kind of charisma check.
Persuasion check, if you will.
22.
God damn. All right, so Luso gives you the final piece of sort of danger here. Luso tells you a very important piece that you had been missing, and it's the following. For some reason, Alonia didn't tell you this. Interesting. So Luso tells you that in this ritual room, there is a soul gate.
Okay. Yep.
And it has many purposes. It can separate a soul from the body. It can stop a soul from passing on, whether it be forced by the attuned or is the attuned themselves. Luso kind of like hints to you that if you don't handle that gate, Ystera's like literal like ethereal form's gonna get to stay around and kind of have a say in things.
What do you mean? I don't know what that means, but
You
okay.
mean Sampira?
If you can't just yes, I'm so sorry. If
Oh,
you
okay,
can't
that's why I was
destroy the gate,
confused. I was like, hello.
Sampira
Let's
Soul
kill
gets to go.
Ystera.
This is my fault. I named them the same. They're from the same place. It's fine.
So
It's
destroy the
also a
gate,
prophecy,
basically.
so fine.
Destroy the gate. Yeah. Okay, cool. Does he know how to
Also,
destroy the gate?
Well, I'm talking to you, Adriel. You doing anything with that magic spell of yours?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it to the table and be like, what the fuck is this? Anyway, she takes her journal out and she like presents it to the group and it's like, okay, I don't understand the spell. High Locust let me look in the library and her stuff and I found the spell. But I don't know if it means that I have to like go somewhere to create the exile or if she just gets sent there. Anyway, here's the spell. She'll put it on the table.
Is this some spooky shit Alonia would know about?
Oh, maybe.
Just to give like 10% more context, I think I get some of it, right? Like you walk with an enemy around the border of your exile. That confuses me. And then at sunset, you say that Sampira's name 13 times, and then you bring her a gift, and she's got to be into it. And then Adriel, I think your best chance is making out with her. I'm going to be honest with you. I think you could get her to kiss you. I think it'd be easy for you.
How
And
would
then
it be easy for me? She does not like me. I've been very mean to this woman.
exactly, the meaner people are to me. Like, I don't know. You're pretty. You've been rude to her. I would want to kiss you if I were her.
Gideon's
Maybe
like,
I'm
people are
biased.
hot.
And sweet.
I don't know, but the exile part, this is something we can't fuck up, because if you're kissing her and then she doesn't get banished, well then that's bad, huh?
Here's a question.
Yeah.
Does anything feel like a duel to you? Am I reading this wrong?
A
might
duel?
be.
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? I don't know. I'm listening. What do you mean?
I don't know. Like take an evo and walk the perimeter of your exile. Like when I think of exile, I think death. Like you're leaving. Like it's on your kind of like your last legs, or something like that, and you're like on the very edge of something. You're leaving to go somewhere. Like where are you being exiled to?
Soul? It's about the soul rather than like her physical form.
Fair enough.
No. I'm with you. That's what I'm saying. Like, is it
Oh.
exiling her soul
From her body?
than yes, rather than her physical form?
Maybe.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I take it. I give it to. I don't know. I might take it to Alonia. I don't really understand the spell at
Yeah.
all. I might go back to High Locust and ask her what the fuck it means.
Yeah, you take it to Alonia. She explains the following. You must take someone who you consider your enemy and they consider you an enemy in kind and walk the perimeter of like what you would like your intended exile radius to be, right? You have to like set your dimensions, right? So you would walk the perimeter of your exile, right? Like, so if you wanted her to never set foot in Terrapine again, you would have to go out and walk the perimeter of Terrapine, right? Like, I think that theoretically you could scale this up to be like the entirety of the globe, right? The perimeter of your exile, right? Pace by pace with an enemy at twilight, right? So you must walk with this foe at twilight, the perimeter, and you must mutter the intended's name 13 times throughout this journey, right? A gift prepared and delivered to the intended must be willingly gifted and willingly received. You understand this? Wait for the star of stars to strike. Perceivably, that means wait till night. And then you understood the to banish the intended options 3.
The fuck am I gonna do that? What the fuck? Okay.
That's what I was asking,
Well-
Bestie. What are your plans?
If you
Does
want to
it have
walk
to
around
be me?
Terrapine,
Does it have to be me?
No?
Can it be
No.
Ystera?
Could be. Who would her foe be?
Sampira.
but they've kissed before, I have a feeling. Sorry, Brian.
Also,
I
it
guess
doesn't
we
have
could
to
do
be
water.
the foe you've picked. It has to
Oh.
be take any foe, anyone you consider a foe, and walk this perimeter with them.
If we want to walk around Terrapine, I happen to have a good lead on someone out in the wilds who hates our fucking guts. That maybe stands to want Sampira dead. I don't know if she'd cooperate, though.
Who?
Name rhymes with oh no.
Oh,
She is already out there.
she is already out there. That would mean tracking her, though, and we have to do this tomorrow.
I can get us to her. Lucille knows where she
So
is.
found her pretty quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long do they have to be submerged underwater?
Wait. Hey.
Oh.
Brian, you don't really like Morrow, do you? That would be your foe, technically.
Go for a sunset walk wearing matching bracelets.
You're muted, baby. Just cursing.
Wait a minute. First,
Yes?
you want me to wear bracelets with her
Mm-hmm.
and link our life forces in battle.
Yes.
Now you want me to walk
The perimeter of Terrapine.
Terrapine with her?
Yes. And mumble Sampira's name 13 times.
Why is this my life?
Gonna have
Because-
Brian do some magic. That means that Brian would be responsible
know how to
from
do
for the
magic,
options
Adriel.
3.
You don't have to do... This is... okay.
You get the feeling it's more of a Fey ritual than it is a spell.
Yeah, it's not
right.
necessarily magic. It's like... How do I even begin to describe this? Have you ever meditated, Brian? Do you know what meditation is?
No, and that sounds fake.
It's
Okay.
Oh
not
my
fake!
god.
Oh my god, okay. If any of us hated anyone, we would do it, but we don't. So, it's you.
hate Morrow.
You'd rather them not be here, though.
I don't
Right.
Like,
Like,
But you consider Mara an enemy in your heart of hearts.
if this leaves this room and she kicks my ass, I swear to God.
You're gonna have to like tell her to do this, or you can not tell
Yeah.
her. You just say, "Hey, you want to take a fucking walk around Terrapine?"
no.
No
I'm
reason,
gonna tell her
bestie.
that we have to take a walk. For
Why do you keep
reasons.
saying Sampira's name?
How are we gonna? Which of the options makes the most sense, though?
You and
Submerging her in
Morrow.
water,
Oh.
maybe.
Yeah, how
Yeah.
long does she need to be submerged underwater?
How are you gonna submerge her in water? What are we gonna fill up a tub?
I got a tidal wave.
that's right.
Oh, that's right.
Karen can
That's
summon
why
the
I'm
water out
asking
of
water
how
air.
long does she
magic.
need to be submerged?
It doesn't say.
As best you can discern, fully submerged means like area coverage, right?
And we have
Like,
shrimp pistol.
That's right. We do have the shrimp pistol.
It's a done deal.
Okay, so
It's a
tomorrow.
shrimp pistol. Oh, the fucking shrimp pistol!
shrimp
I
pistol.
forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shrimp pistol will definitely help here
Yeah.
above water.
I hate everything about this, but it's a good plan. It's a good plan, but I
backup.
hate it.
Okay. If you go and walk with Morrow around Terrapine.
So this will prevent Sampira from ever coming back into Terrapine, yes?
Yes. Yes.
What does that do for us once we leave Terrapine?
Nothing. We're fine. We'll probably. Be...
Absolutely.
Winona's joining a guild. I'm joining a guild. Gideon's probably
guild's
joining
not
a
run
guild.
by a
Stay
horrible
Marriott
person
City
anymore.
with a gun. Like,
Stay
hey,
away from her? We have to stay here? I'm not understanding.
I mean, if you want to go with Morrow in the airship and try to, I don't know, figure out how to fly
I
it.
feel like we don't have enough time for that.
That's what I'm saying.
again, I will say, like, I could fuck you over here, and I'm choosing not to because it's late at night, and I feel like that would be cruel. It does say take any foe and walk the perimeter of your exile pace by pace with an enemy at twilight.
Okay. Yeah, just walk around Terrapine.
So that prevents her from coming into Terrapine.
Yes.
Yes, like wherever you walked around, she would never be able to enter it again.
But she would be, if she survives,
On the lamb.
that's a little nerve-wracking.
What is she gonna do? Go start another guild somewhere?
But
where
it
there are
might
no
be easier
guilds?
than killing her.
Right.
This is just in case we don't kill her.
This is a backup plan. Okay.
This is a backup.
Oh, you're not doing this part first?
We're doing this part first as a backup, right? So like if she does not die, like this is still
so
happening.
like you're in the middle of
longer being
battle and you're like, this
terrifying.
isn't fucking working.
Yeah.
Current, though shrimp pistol.
Right.
Okay. Mhm.
Yeah. Because I think that
She's just outside terrified.
I think that talk with High Locust really like solidified in Adri that like Simpira's lived 800 years. She's not gonna fucking learn her lesson. Give her a second chance to try again, right? And the only way to really do that is to kill her, right? So this, hopefully, even if we don't kill her, will prevent her from coming back into Terrified. This is just a backup plan.
Okay.
That we're
This
gonna.
is the backup plan. I
So,
got
but
you.
so then, but
Good
so
to
then
have
if
a
she
backup plan.
doesn't-
Like genuinely, this is the first D&D party I've ever had where someone's made a backup plan. That's a pretty rich feeling. I'm
Yay!
gonna say inspiration for Edriel.
But so then if she
Just for like
doesn't,
the first person to develop a
Congratulations.
backup plan at the table.
but so then if she doesn't die
Right.
and we exile her from Terrapine, the only way for us to not ever come into her clutches again would be for us to stay in Terrapine
No.
forever so she can be on the lam outside
No.
of Terrapine.
Hey.
I'm trying to understand the geographical limitations of the magic.
Okay. Simpira's power, right, as a guild master is having a guild. It's strength in numbers, it's having a guild, it's having a bunch of people that are by her side, right? If we take that
Okay.
from her, she has less power. Yes, she is still an 800-year-old Gorgon that can petrify us at literally any time. But
Okay.
she does not have all of her indentured servants that she has in her castle currently. She does not have the guild because the guild is being run by the three heirs. Because everyone worships
Okay.
Nakia. We know this because everyone wanted to kill Gemma when we got here.
Right?
She has less power as someone who is not a guild master.
So we're assuming that she'll just go somewhere to lick her wounds because she'll have nobody supporting her ostensibly.
Yes. The goal is
What
to
if she
kill
just
her.
gets eaten by something?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, and does this affect her deal that she's made at all either? I mean, she's not able to fulfill what she was doing.
Okay.
Will she even still have the same amount of power?
So we're
outside?
gonna start the evening with a nice walk around Terrapine.
Yes, if you need supervision, we'll
You
go and
will.
be very far behind you.
At twilight, so
Yes.
sunset effectively. Very romantic,
Yes.
I gotta say.
Yes.
Listen, if
Yeah,
I
and
didn't
we'll
like
be
Mario,
Wearing
I'd
our
go.
friendship
You.
bracelets as we do this.
Yeah.
You can put the friendship bracelets on after if that makes you feel better.
I don't know the putting on the friendship bracelets before or after the romantic walk is really gonna make that much of a difference, though.
Okay.
Fine.
And then I think the gift
For
prepared and
Ysira's
given.
sake, fine.
Thank you. I think the gift prepared and intended for Simpira should come from Ystira. So I'll talk to Ystira about preparing a gift for Simpira because it would make sense as she's getting turned. As she's the one getting turned.
So I'm so sorry. The person who's initiating this has to be the one to give the
It has
gift.
to be me.
Oh fuck.
So
Can you
what,
crochet?
Can you crochet?
what is that?
Whoa.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a whole week to think about what that gift's gonna be, Bestie, because I'm sure as hell you're not
I'm
gonna come up
thinking
with it
the
tonight.
gift is Ystira, but that's already Simpira's, according
Ystira's
to
not an
Simpira's
object.
logic.
And we wonder why she left you.
I'm
Oh.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I love you so much. This
Listen.
is- I know we're all so feral. It's so late. Okay. So to wrap this up, so we can get to our roles, so we can head out. Luso's objective is to destroy the gate. Is that what you landed on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. So, is there any fight strategies that you all have agreed on, or is it just like get in there and have fun?
I want Mara to be spearheading the murder because I feel like she can do the most damage. And the rest of us should support Maro. I don't know if that makes sense.
I think we have to be
Morrow
careful with that
spearhead murder.
because the more damage that Morrow takes, the more damage that Brian takes. And so
True. Okay.
maybe Winona and Morrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can fight alongside her.
Yeah. Because like my main concern is that Morrow takes like a shit ton of damage from Simpira and then we're fucked because we lose both of them at the same time.
Right.
Yeah. Good idea.
Okay.
I think Adri will, for the most part, be kind of toward the back, being support and buff. I think Adri has like 1 or 2 spells to help, just in general, like poke at weaknesses and vulnerabilities, but also like buff people like Brine to take healing whenever they're hit, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, so basically anyone who's not Winona and Morrow are on magic support, the second line backwards, right?
Mhm.
And then hopefully the Derby girls kind of fend off your sides, right, from anything sort of super threatening, and you just pray that Simpira doesn't break through the line. Right?
Can Misha, because they have that huge ass sword, I don't know what Misha
can also
does.
be on the front line.
Can they also fight?
But
Yeah.
you are be putting Mark on the front line.
I mean, they can be in the middle. I want to know where we need to put them, because like, where would they be the most useful?
They tell you that they can do both.
Let's do middle. Maybe I'm
Okay.
selfish.
Okay.
I don't want them to die. I feel so bad.
I don't want them to die either. I'm just thinking that they have that huge ass sword and it could be useful.
It could be. But you've decided to put them in the middle with you. So, all right. So I think that's sort of like the assignments and the strategies that you've given everyone. Do you have any contingency plans besides the plan B?
The rock. The rock.
Yeah.
Ysera having the necklace.
Do you
I'm
give
really curious
Winona any
where
like?
Ysera will put that rock.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
we'll
we
see.
put it on the ship.
On
Maybe
the
we put it on the
airship?
ship. Yeah,
Yeah.
we should put the rock on the ship.
And if
Okay,
things go
we'll totally
real
put it on
south,
the
we
airship.
just get the fuck out of Terrapine.
Yeah.
That's yeah. If our backup plan doesn't work, we leave forever.
Okay. Backup plan
Forever.
fails.
Peace.
We take all of the people involved with us and we fucking bounce.
What is that poor Daisy?
Oh my god.
Right.
So, the plan is to enter through the sewers. That Misha will deactivate the runes with help from Gideon. Lusso will get you through the guild entrance, aided by Gideon's invisibility, Curran's shoes, and Brian's sneakiness. The Derby's tasks are Trin and Levy will be on distraction. The other 4 will be handling the basilisks. You've told Alonia that her number 1 objective is to not let Ystera get turned. You've told Lusso that his number 1 objective is to destroy the gate so that her soul cannot wreak havoc. Winona and Morrow are going to be on the front line with everyone else, including Nisha, in the back. The backup plan is if you fail, you flee Terrapine. Does this sound like the plan?
Yeah, I really think we should put Misha in front. That's my gut, but I also know that we don't want them to go down. So
If you want to, you can.
no, I don't want to.
Adriel.
I don't want to be the reason why they die. So I'll just keep them in the middle.
Technically, you're not the strategist. It's Gideon and Current. So
If
Yeah, Gideon and Curran, make that call.
if things look spicy, we can have them go up further.
Okay.
Can be an audible we make mid combat, maybe.
What's Gemma doing?
Oh yeah. What did you
Nakia?
ask Gemma to do?
That's still I'm asking
Gemma?
the group.
You haven't asked, and they haven't told you.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking the group.
Yeah. So unless you tell them what they're doing, they're just gonna decide for themselves because they're both that kind of person, truly.
Like fight? Like I think
I want Nakia to fight with her cards. I don't know what the fuck that means, but I would like Nakia to kind of find any vulnerabilities and exploit them. Because that's what I was going to have Lusso do, but Lucio's taking care of the gate.
I want
so
Gemma to
Gemma
have
and
the
Nakia.
ship ready to go.
Gemma on escape duty.
You know?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah. On weakness exploit, which she's a pretty decent person to do that. Okay, perfect. All right. Anything else? All right. With that, I am going to tell you the clocks that are going to be present in this next assassination attempt. So, this is important because these are like the things that can kind of change. Whoops, wrong page. Don't look at that one. That one was if you went with Gemma's plan.
Oh, no.
All right. So, all right. So, these are the clocks
Black. I don't
if-
see anything.
I just see
I
black.
know. I'm about to.
Sorry.
All in
Okay.
due time, besties.
My bad.
So, no. You're so good. Let me show you. So all of these clocks are in 4 segments because so in Blades in the Dark they can go from 4 to 12. 4 being less complicated, 12 being like an arduous thing that like takes a lot of effort. We're just doing 4 clocks just to keep it simple, so you guys aren't like, what is happening in the middle of D&D combat. So the 5 clocks that are going to be present during your mission that you can be aware of going into next week are allies become fearful. Any actions in combat can lead to that being ticked.
Mhm.
If you have fearful allies, it will test their strength of how devoted they are to you. There is a clock for Ystera being turned. There is a clock for others in power being alerted to your coup. There is a clock for the gate being destroyed. And there is a clock for the basilisks being handled. Okay, so with those 5 clocks in mind, I am now going to entreat all of you to make one roll. This roll is how you prepare right before Brine leaves for her romantic walk. How do you prepare on the night of battle to set yourself up for success? What do you do to set yourself up, right? It can be anything in the world. One roll. How do you do it? So the thing is, though, there's 5 of you, right? So that adds up to a potential, right? If it's just raw d20s, of it being 100 or 5, right? So we're going to take the results of those rolls with your bonuses added, and then we are actually going to go through the major advantages and disadvantages, and we're going to take things away from those. So these are used in Blades in the Dark. So basically, I'm going to get d6s to then change the outcome of your roll, either adding or subtracting. So we're going to answer questions like, is this operation particularly bold or daring? If so, take 1d6, right? So I would add 1d6 to your total of possible 100. So there is a way where you could get above 100. I'm so sorry, I've been talking numbers. We'll get to that right now. For now, does anyone know what roll they would like to make to prepare the night before?
You're not looking for a specific D&D roll, right?
I am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm looking for one of your skills.
In that case, I want to roll my stealth check.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you just kind of like hone in. I think we can kind of treat this as like you maybe teaching the others how they should best be stealthy.
Okay, so just do it as a normal roll.
Yep.
An 11.
So right now we have an 11 out of 100. Whose roll is next?
Can I roll deception? It's my
And
best
how
one.
is this how you're preparing?
It's a great question. You know what? I'll do Arcana because that makes more sense.
Yeah, what's the goal there?
Just like getting magic ready, looking at runes with Misha.
Studying with Misha? Yeah, let's do it. I think like that'll also help you if you have problems with the gate. So a 16, that means we have a 27 out of 100. We continue. Who's rolling next?
I can roll. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. I think I'm gonna roll acrobatics.
Yeah. How does that reflect in preparation the night before?
Is it just me, or can it be me with other, like teaching other people?
Yeah, you can teach others for sure.
Maybe just like showing people like the different stretches and things that I would do before I got ready to like bust out of the castle and sneak around and stay hidden. My parkour secrets.
I don't know why I just vividly recalled the Jenna Marbles jujitsu video. I'm imagining you're doing that.
Oh,
Go ahead and give me your acrobatics roll.
22.
A 22. So 27 plus 22, we would all know would be 29. 49. So 49 out of 100. Who's rolling next?
I can roll an athletics check.
Yeah. How does that look preparation-wise?
I think that would probably be me, like, I guess going through my own movements and kind of the ones that the Derby girls taught me when I did that Did
Oh
that.
yeah. Calling
with
back on
them?
your work. Yeah. Let's go ahead and take it at advantage yet then, because you're pulling on like stuff you were like just taught. So
Okay.
go ahead and roll, and we'll take the higher number.
19.
A 19. So everyone here would know that 49 plus 19 is 60.
68.
68. So close. So right now we're at 68 out of 100. Adrielle?
I think I want to roll insight and give everyone all of the information that I got from High Locust, but also the information I got from Luso.
Okay. Go ahead and roll this with advantage as well then.
21 and an 8.
You know, I think I'll take that win. So the 1 in the 20 gets us to 69 plus 2. 79 out of 100. That's pretty fucking decent. So now let's go through the Blades in the Dark questions. Is this operation particularly bold or daring? What do we think?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So since yes, we are going to do just a plus D6. Let's see it. Plus 4. So that takes us to
83.
83. Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors?
Yes.
Yes.
So we're going to subtract 1d6 now. Back down. So that actually brings us back down from 83.
Wait, was our math
Oh
wrong?
wait, wasn't it 68 plus the 21? Are we adding both of Adriel's rolls to our total?
No. We're
just the
adding the
first one.
highest roll.
So okay, so it's 21 plus 68.
All right. So from the beginning,
Yeah.
but this time with my calculator out. All right.
Okay.
I'm too big
Thank you,
square
Mo.
for that.
Also, we're very close to chaos, besties.
49.
I know, I'm clutched.
I know that's fucking stressing me out so bad. I'm like,
I mean, I have my
okay.
calculator out, but I wasn't sure if I got a number wrong.
No,
I think
I'm
it would
just-
have been 67 plus 21. I think it's actually 88.
Okay, so who rolled first? Brian?
I did.
right?
Brian.
Yeah. So 11 plus 16 plus 22. Nope, not 222, plus 22. Plus, you got an advantage, so 19. Plus 21 is 89.
Okay.
Plus 4.
So
and
89
then
plus 4 is
Plus
93.
Minus 5 brings us
88.
back to 88. Okay. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't have any magic
right.
power.
Yeah, they're
So then
trained.
let's add a d6.
6.
A
Let's
fucking
go.
five.
Yeah.
93.
Because we were at
No.
88 plus 6.
88 plus
It's
6 is
94.
94.
Yeah.
I saw the plus 5. 94. Yes, indeed. All right. Jesus Christ, maybe I did the math on this wrong. Very strong showing, everyone. Is the target strongest against this approach, or do you have particular... Sorry. Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have particular defenses or special preparations? Take minus 1d. Yes, Zampira does have special preparations against assassination attempts. So I'm going to go ahead and say that's a confirmed, and we're going to subtract 1d6.
Okay.
So that's my... Fuck me! 93!
Oh no.
Okay, so can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
We have
so
so
we're gonna
many.
add another d6.
What the fuck?
We're gonna kill this Gorgon.
With that, you're at 99. Are any enemies or rivals interfering in the operation?
Probably.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Probably,
I'm
yeah.
gonna subtract my d6. God knows it's gonna be a fucking 1 again.
4.
All right, I'll take a 4.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take a 4. That takes us back down to 95.
95.
Okay. All right.
Still an A plus.
Yeah. And then I kind of wrote a final question here for me. And that question is, does this go against divine intent? If the answer was yes, I would subtract a d6 roll. If it was a no,
Chaos.
I would
Keep going. I'm sorry.
Ah!
Oh no, Katie May, please. Did we
Oh,
break
I'm
you?
gonna
Oh,
add
no.
a d6 because it does not go against divine intent, which means +1, 96 is our total. Hell fucking yeah.
Let's go.
That's a fucking really good showing. Oh my god.
What does this dictate again? I'm sorry. I'm still lost about
This
this.
dictates how well your allies perform. This dictates how well we're going to start in the middle of action next session because that's how Blades in the Dark work, right?
Mhm.
So you're going to be like you're probably going to be like past the sewers.
Mhm.
Right? So it just like is anything fucking up so far, right? Like, is fate on your side,
Mhm.
right? Like, so a 30, maybe you would have gotten there and, they changed the runes or they added a protective measure that you weren't prepared for, right? It just kind of dictates, like, how well fate is in your favor. And so, beautiful. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
If you want to hold this chaos
So
for next time you're allowed.
So basically, no. I just want to explain this fully because I think it's fair. So in Blades of the Dark, right? So it's actually like no, it's way smaller numbers, but basically like if you're performing like in the lowest third bracket, you would be in a desperate position, which means like things are going wrong, which means that the DC for rolls are going to be higher going on, and maybe I'm ticking clocks already, right? A 4 to like a 2 to 3. A middle tier means that you're in a risky position, right? Like things are maybe fraying, but they're not falling apart. And then the big success means that you are in a position of control. This is going well. You are not having to be reactionary. Things are going as intended, right? So that's how this sets up. Very, very cool. Dang. Wow. So much happened to me at once. An incredible role from my players and an absolute a bullying moment from chat. Okay, so chaos. Headphones off.
Okay, bye. Chat, we love you.
So, chaos. That's what we ask for? For me, sometimes chaos means paths crossing when maybe fate or destiny did not intend for that to be so. And so I would like to take us here at the very end to Oslo in the wilds. Recently escaped. She doesn't know if she's wanted. She doesn't know if she has a girlfriend still. She doesn't know if Gemma's alive or dead. What she did know is that she woke up handcuffed with a really fucking weird note. And, like, it was a little bit do or die. Right? If she was caught by Sampira, she would be killed. Which means she can't get caught. So she ran. And I think she is in this construction zone underneath Terrapine. This one that's been closed and boarded up for quite some time. This is actually also the premise for Chintrix's investors dinner that Nikia was proposing. In fact, I think it's under the guise of that party that Chintrix was managed to escape without being noticed. Right? Set your party goers up. He had them all in his house. He set them all up. He got them drunk. He said, hey, I want to show you how the future's going. Chintrix took them down to this new housing development below Terrapine, crafted from iron. He claims perfect. The future. This is not a natural future, though. This is a very deliberately crafted one. And I think we learn this as we see Oslo looking more like a girl sitting at the edge of a wild's pond, her scythe and nothing else on her. New weird ombre hair. Chintrix, the guildmaster of Ursimo Union, approaches her from behind and she startles. Says, "Well, let's hear it. How'd you fuck up my plan this time?"
Hello, bestie.
And we hear Oslo go,
Oh, oops.
we hear Oslo go, I didn't fuck it up. I didn't fuck it up. It's those Carthinians. I didn't have any. I didn't do that. I didn't. I did everything you asked. I did everything she asked. I did everything. This sort of desperation laced to her tone, that we have not seen from her before. Chintrix's looming presence. This man, ginger hair. He has this big fur coat. Not fur, like fur cape, right? Like very like, whoa. And he says, "No, I'm pretty sure you did fuck something up, or else your guild wouldn't be fucking falling apart, now would it, Oslo?" And I think this sort of argument begins between the two of them. And I think it escalates, you know, Oslo trying to avoid this blame and Chintrix being like, "No, I'm pretty sure." And I think, like, there's a breaking point in which Oslo says, "All right, I did what you want. I did what you wanted. I did what you wanted. I poisoned the grove. I poisoned the sewers. I did it all. I made the pact. I set the stones. Like, what else do you want from me? I don't even want your fucking money anymore. What else do you want from me?" Chintrix kind of takes a sigh and says, "Well, that is a good question. What do I want from you?" Well, become kind of obvious to me that, well, unfortunately, you've become a bit more hassle than you're worth. And Oslo goes, "You can't kill me because," and Chintrix interrupts and goes, "Oh, I know. Because if I killed you, the grove would heal. But I think you need to realize something important." And Oslo goes, "What do you mean important?" And Chintrix says, "Well, I think an important lesson to learn is that there are some things worse than death." And he pulls out a card. And in a flash of blinding light, traps Oslo Iridia inside of it. We see her bashing up against the card, her form still animated, but completely stuck. Chintrix kind of looking it over, flipping it around, kind of tossing it, waiting by this pond, kind of impatiently. And then you hear a set of wings. And we hear a very familiar voice say, "Are you the one who hired me?" As the very person who gave Brine her scar descends down with wings from Terrapine Greater. Says, "I didn't think you needed me until later in the month." Chinthric says, "Well, plans change sometime, but I'm good at my word. I do have this card." Holds the card up. The flux lands and begins to approach. And says, "So it's really just as easy as that, huh? I keep the card safe and far, far away, and you give it to me, and that's the whole deal?" Chinthric looks over and says, "Whole deal. That's it. Just take this card and make sure that no one else ever gets their goddamn hands on it. Preferably far, far away from here." The flux says, "Oh, it'd be my pleasure." And that is the chaos intended.